that we can start, colleagues. We today we're interacting with the department and construction CETA on the Duja or on the progress report on the implementation of the recommendation of the Duja Forensic Report into the affairs of the construction CETA, governance and related matters. And then after that, members will consider the minutes. We've got a set of minutes, and we also have a report that sorry, that we must consider. Before I start, we'll start with apologies, not apologies, introduction. We're going to introduce ourselves, and then from there I will then do my opening, and then we'll then deal with the apologies, and then we'll get into the presentation that has been changed 3 times. So we'll get into that, and then we'll then go into our minutes. So I'll start. My name is Tebogo Litsie, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, given the responsibility of chairing. So we'll start, Anel, after you. We'll then come to our guests. CEO will start with you after Anel, and then we'll go through, come back, and then the last one will be Honorable Msezane, who sometimes calls himself the deputy chair of the committee. Anele.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Anele Kamingesi. I'm the committee secretary.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. I'm Malusi Sheze, the CEO of CETA.
Morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members, colleagues. My name is Zakhele Buthelezi.
What are you, Zakhele Buthelezi?
I'm the newly appointed chairperson of the construction CETA.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Nkosinathi Sishi, and I'm the DG of Higher Education. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Chairperson of Construction CETA, DG. Esteemed colleagues, I'm Zugle Christopher Mosese Bafomvalo, responsible for skills development in the Department of Higher Education and Training at 123 Francis Bart Street.
A very good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DG, Chairperson, and colleagues. My name is Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director, CETA Coordination. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, the DG of the department, Chairperson of the construction CETA. Good morning, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Zamogwake Kuzwayo, the Executive Officer of the National Skills Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, as well as our colleagues from the DHEAD and the new chairperson. My name is Mulebukeng Daje. I am the Executive Manager responsible for strategic support in the CETA. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Director General, colleagues. My name is Kabu Machani, the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, the DG, our chairperson at CETA. My name is Lebogang Pasha, the executive for ETK and projects at the construction CETA.
Good morning, Chair. Honorable members, colleagues from DHEAD, colleagues from the CETA, chairperson of the CETA. My name is Sanele Radebe, acting CFO CETA.
Good
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Morning, Chair, and our guest, Jablani Majosi, Communications.
Can you please introduce yourself there?
Honourable members, Chairperson, good morning. Thank you very much for granting me this opportunity. My name is Leslie, and I'm attending in my private capacity. Thank you.
Leslie who?
My full name is Leslie Corey.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, members and delegation. I'm Agnetha Arendson. I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and department and CETA. My name is Mamphaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Thanks, Chairperson. DG members, good morning, everyone. My name is Sanele Zondo, a member of this portfolio committee.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everybody, both members of Parliament and leadership of Construction CETA. My name is Khaulatli, the state name is still Khabo, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much. Let me also pass my greetings to the newly appointed chairperson of the board. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm also a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Greetings extended to the committee, yourself, Chairperson. My name is Mngobi Msezane, and as you have indirectly indicated, Chairperson, that I assume the responsibility of Chairperson in the absence of the Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just wait for Honorable van der Walt to introduce herself before we start. We're just introducing ourselves, Honorable van der Walt. If you can grab a mic and introduce yourself so that when we start, we continue.
Thank you, Chair. Apology for being a few minutes late. My name is Desiree van der Walt, and I'm a member of this committee. Morning, everybody.
Thank you, Honorable van der Walt. No, we do understand. No, it was not traffic. Okay. We will check with Honorable Souls as he walks in. Once he grabs the chair, he's going to introduce himself, and then we will take it from the
committee. Thank you.
And you're slightly late because of traffic.
As communicated, Chair, thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to clarify, Honorable van der Walt was refusing that it's that it was a traffic problem. So colleagues, today, like I said, we're meeting here today to deal with this matter where the leadership of the construction CETA is going to brief the committee on a progress report in the implementations of the recommendation of the Duja Forensic Report into the affairs of the construction CETA, governance and related matters. I think maybe I must just inform colleagues that we did receive a request from the organized labor at Construction CETA, wanted to form part of the meeting. We responded to them, and in their letter they had said they had written to the department about some other matters that they've spoken about. We wrote back to them and informed them that we're dealing specifically here with the progress report on the implementation of this particular report. We're not dealing with any other matter that they may have written to the department. But DG, when stakeholders write to you, please respond to them, because now they end up thinking, what if they've written to you, we should know. Well, we don't have to know that they've written to you. It's not the first time. There are others who also make the same assumption that if we want information from them, I mean, during the Q1, when we invited Wits University, they tried to do that. When we had invited them to our meeting, they wrote and said the issues that we want to discuss, they've already addressed with yourselves. We had to inform them that unfortunately the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training does not report to the department or the Ministry of Higher Education and Training. And if we want information from them, it's for our own work that we're supposed to do on holding the executive and any other entity, public entity, under that department. I saw there's another university now which I won't mention. I don't who keep on making a mistake that if they've responded to you, they don't have to respond to us, which is a big mistake. I don't know how they are reading what they're supposed to be reading. So I thought I must just clarify that part, that we had responded to them. We also want to urge our people, when you appear before the committee and you make allegations, and we ask you to substantiate them in written form, please do so. Because we write to you and ask, in the meeting you said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you please provide us with that proof, because we want to execute our responsibilities of making sure that we leave no stone unturned, especially when it comes to public resources. And our people don't furnish us with that information. It becomes very difficult for us at DG to follow up on certain things, especially when they would have been brought before us as allegations. So I want to plead with our people to do so. I'm going to note you guys, don't worry. I want to ask, you know, when we ask you, department and entities, to give us a presentation on a Friday if you are appearing on a Wednesday. The deadline is Friday because there's a lot of work that we do behind the scenes to prepare for these meetings. We have a content advisor, researcher, or committees who go beyond the presentation that you give us. Must go and research if what you are presenting to us is actually true. Members go through these reports over the weekend to prepare. They have 100 questions that they would have prepared each on the presentation, so that when we engage with yourselves, you know, we don't engage because we want to tick the box. So when you send a presentation on a Friday during deadline, and on Sunday you send another one, and on Tuesday you send another one. You are making it difficult for us to do our job effectively and efficiently. So I want to appeal to yourselves again. Assembly, when we say Friday, let it be Friday. Director General, Assembly, speak to your department and entities. So we're dealing with a forensic report today, DG, and I was listening when your people were introducing themselves. And you don't have any legal person from the department here. Should there be a need for us to ask a legal question to your people, the department will not be able to respond. So the department can't come and present a legal document with legal implications. And there's no legal person from the department. You are making it difficult for yourselves to answer certain questions, but also for ourselves to engage further here. I've looked at the report myself, the whole report and your presentation, and I know for a fact there will be issues that will require legal responses. You will see when members ask, it will be there. But there's no one from your department. The CETA might have, if I heard correctly, but from the department. Because this was your report. This was a report that was commissioned by the minister to get these matters. So it's a big problem for us, a big red flag as we start the meeting that we're going to have a problem moving forward. So having said that, I am, before I give you, Honorable Msazana, I saw you raised your hand, but before I give you, I'm going to go through apologies. Because maybe your points will also cover the apologies part, I don't know. So we do have an apology from, no, maybe before the DG. We have written to you. You are not responding again. We have called you next week, Wednesday. We wrote to you on Monday and said, respond urgently. Next week, Wednesday, the 21st of May. Before we go to receive the third version of the budget 3.0, we're going to have a meeting with yourselves where we have asked you, and next week, if you don't bring legal here, then we're going to have a big problem, where we have asked you and the minister to come and address the issue of how far are you with the recommendations the committee gave you on the University of Limpopo issues. Please, before the meeting ends, DG, make sure that your people respond, because on Friday we'll need a presentation on the work that you're supposed to. We've written to you, we've indicated in our letter that it's an urgent meeting. We have removed an item on that day that we're supposed to deal with the fourth quarter report of the department, because this matter is extremely important. It's been 5 months since we've indicated to yourselves about the issues the committee addressed with yourselves and the minister about, amongst other things, the governance collapse at the University of Limpopo. So before the meeting ends, please make sure that we do receive a confirmation that we will have yourselves there in that meeting next week, Wednesday. We do have apologies. The first one is that of the minister who's attending cabinet today. Next week, unfortunately, she would have to lead that team, because the Higher Education Act empowers her to do certain things there. So she would have to apologize to to cabinet if it's sitting next week because we need this particular responses. The second one, we have the apology of Deputy Minister Manamela, who's in China, who's not in the country. We have the apology of Deputy Minister Gondwe, who says he's attending interviews. She did not indicate which interview, so we don't want to assume, Honorable Maseko, that maybe she wants to go to employment somewhere, maybe she wants to resign or she's conducting interviews, she's interviewing people. I suspect that that is what she meant. Oh yeah, also for another, she did not indicate on a letter to us. Then we have, I thought maybe she wants to resign and go to work somewhere. Yeah, so Honorable Khachau, who has a family responsibility, she won't be here today. Then Honorable Governor, who still not well. She has, no, I don't know whether it's a toothache this week, but she has sent us a medical certificate booking off. We have Honorable Low, who will arrive just now. The grandmother was not well, so he only flew in this morning. And then that's it. I think Honorable Souls had indicated he would arrive slightly late. He arrived on time. Despite traffic challenges, Honorable Van der Walt arrived on time, despite traffic challenges, and Honorable Ngubane also arrived on time, despite traffic challenges. We don't have any other apology. We, as members, I think, when other members are here, we must address the matter that when you can't attend the meeting, you must send in an apology. I'll speak, I think Honorable Loans is not here. He has not sent in an apology. Who else? I think from our members, it's only him. He has not sent in an apology. We'll have to speak to him that if he can't come, he must send in an apology. So, yeah, that is what we are here about. Members, Honorable Msezana, you had your hand up. I want to understand, maybe before, I want to congratulate you, Dr. Buthelezi, for your appointment as the Construction CETA Board Chair. Like I've said to members who wrote to me, Honorable Khachau and Honorable Ngubane, we don't have a list of the chairpersons of the boards. The department and the ministry has not finished it with us or to us, and they've not gazetted it. So we don't know what the list that's doing the round, if it's true or not. At least today we only know one name that is also there is true, because Dr. Buthelezi is here. So we only know that name. We can only confirm only one name, which is Dr. Buthelezi, that is here representing the CETA. They've written to us with a list of those who will be attending, and confirmed that Dr. Buthelezi is there as number one on that list, and says chairperson of the CETA board. So that's the only person we know. Others we do not know. So yes, I have responded to both yourself and Honorable Khachau that in our meeting of the 12th of March, we did, when we engaged with the department, when they were giving us feedback, or when they were updating us on how far they are in appointing, we did have an agreement in that meeting that once everything else is done, once they've appointed, they will come back to us and brief the committee on the appointments. So I've written to yourselves. I'm not sure if you have received we responded yesterday. So I thought I must just clarify that part because as I also received media inquiries on that part, so I felt I must just clarify it here. Honorable Mr.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In fact, I was going to really speak on that matter to say that indeed we did get your response because Honorable Ngubane was writing in his capacity as a member of the MK party deployed in Parliament and as the official position in Parliament. Now, Chairperson, in as much as we acknowledge and appreciate your response, the DG is here in this meeting, and these allegations are very unsettling, especially on the basis that the appointed board chairpersons of these sitters are in the main prominent, as is written in the media there, prominent former officials of the ANC, but also others are current leaders of the ANC currently. So it appears as if it was a very flawed process that is according to the public sentiments, but equally favoritism, for a lack of a better concept. So, of course, we would want to see a situation where maybe the DG might have sentiments to this effect, because yourself as the chairperson of the committee have not yet received an official communication from the department, but indeed the DG is present here. So we'd want to get the sentiments of the DG, if in his capacity he can comment on the matter. And also, Chairperson, needless to add that I think part of the reasons why it's very unsettling, even for the DA, I hear that you're saying the DA also wrote to you, is because the allegations do not balance in terms of the GNU arrangement. So they are not catered for perhaps as well there in that particular appointments. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportune moment. I will not be tempted to join the bandwagon of speaking of allegations. I will not be tempted, Chair. Chair, mine, what I wanted to raise is this continuous absenteeism of the minister from the portfolio committee. It's a problem. At some point, you'd sit in a committee meeting where there is no DG and there is no minister. How do we then play our oversight? And in most cases, people that you'll delegate DG to represent you in our committee meetings, if not all the time, majority of times, those people are unable to respond to our questions, which makes it difficult for us as a committee to play our oversight. So I'm raising this as a dissatisfaction in terms of the minister's absenteeism from committee meetings. Would be unable to play our oversight and hold her accountable for her actions and decisions of the department, not only on issues of CETAs, including the general management and administration of the department. With that being said, Chairperson, I think from where we are sitting, it's a bit confusing also at the same time when you say that you have not received an official notification on who's the chair of a board, and yet again, you'll make us question the presence of the board of chair, the chair of the CETA board in this meeting, of which from where I'm sitting, whether the report has been submitted to your good selves or to your office or not, but the reality of the matter is that we are aware that the department has dealt with the appointment and we know who are those chairpersons, and we'll be waiting for the department, obviously, of which I'm pleading with your good self, Chairperson, where the DG and the minister will be present to come and present some of the things, not only on issues of CETA, so that we are able to clarify and demystify these allegations that from where I'm sitting, some of them do not hold water. Not to mention the fact that DG, those who alleges, have a responsibility also to prove their allegations. So up until we meet the minister, we'll then deal with these allegations. Thank you very much, but I'm not happy myself with a continuous absenteeism from this committee. That needs to be attended to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, not because I'm now on the side of opposition, but I think it's fundamental, Chair, that the DG is here, and again we have Dr. Telezi in our meeting. As part of that list, as members of the portfolio, I think we need to get the confirmation from the DG to say that the list that is doing rounds, is it true? But for instance, now we have someone who's on the list in our meeting. So somehow it's proved that the list, indeed, what is said to be happened. We may not get deeper to other allegations that need some investigation and what so forth. But for this portfolio to be at ease with the, Dr. Ptelezi being present on the meeting, we need that confirmation from the DG, and we cannot go around, Chair. I don't want to repeat what happened last time, whereby we'll get some interviews asked about these things as members of portfolio, but we are unable to answer with the same answer, whereas we had a meeting whereby we had to be briefed so that whenever we're being asked about these things, we are able to answer in confidence after the information that we got from the department. Exactly. So I think it's prudent that the DG will give us an approach. It's not like we are abusing that we are in the meeting with him, but I think it's responsible to give us an update on these things. It's an addition that the Dr. Ptelezi is on our midst, you know. So I think I wanted to raise that. It's just that I didn't write to you because I knew that we were going to meet, and I was going to raise this to say, can we get a clarification? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zondo. Honorable Maseko.
Chair, thank you very much. You know, there's one thing that I appreciate about this committee, that collegiality in working together is a key. And I just don't want us to be at the space where the department or minister erodes the reputation that you do have. Because if you got the communication and you haven't received, but we come to the meeting and we find that one of the chairperson is here based on the list that is out there that is leaked, it ends up as if we have to question you that what you are saying, you were told to tell us that is leaked, or is the truth to that. So it becomes problematic, and I know it doesn't come from you, because if it's not gazetted again, you'll depend on that unless if there's an official communication to you. So, and at that now lashes to what Member Kabo was saying of the minister not being here. Responsibilities are with the minister to appoint the chairpersons, and she's not here to can answer to say that if that is a leaked list, and we already have the chairperson in front of us, what does it mean if we talk to you and say, can you send us the information as soon as you appoint so that we can engage with the chairpersons? So this miscommunication, I don't know what to call it, it sort of makes us to operate in a very difficult positions. As a committee, we do have the parliamentary program, the days that we can engage with the issues. We're one of the portfolio committees. There's a lot of entities that we have to interact. And as things they do happen, we have to ask the chairperson to slot things that just are urgent. But immediately, if there's no communication for him to plan, it gets haphazard agendas that we are going to end up having to engage with this and that. Now, eventually I'm going to ask the chairperson, when did you receive your letter of appointment? And that is going to be another conundrum of saying that the information you received versus what is happening out there in the public. Now, it becomes problematic, DG, so always take us into confidence about some of the things. We are not in an island. What is happening out there? We get to know what is it that is happening. So, Chair, that is, Minister has to really, really, really try to pull up her socks in being part of this committee for us to be able to do our oversight role and not depend on the public out there with the what is happening. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nguban.
Thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Masego has touched a little bit on what I wanted to ask. Normally, Chair, it's a pity we're now chasing information behind. Here we are as a committee, according to me, not that we don't know what's the process of appointing chairpersons and board, how it should unfold. We know everything, but we are taken aback of maybe it's a new way of operating now. Don't know, things change somewhere, somehow, you'll never know. Now, we hear, I don't know whether Chair, Honorable Masego has asked, whether the Chair has received the letter. That will be an easy way to confirm with, oh, okay, the list is true. So if maybe we can get that confirmation that the Chair has received a letter. Because to me, it will be strange to attend a meeting based on a list. The Chair must have received the letter. Officially, I've been appointed as a Chair, and I'm now acting on my duty as the letter specifies that I've been appointed as a Chair from this date to this date. Only that will then confirm that even the list is true. Because I get it now, we are now chasing information behind, but as a committee, it's not supposed to be like that. I remember on other committees as well, before even the minister present things into the public, you just have that courtesy to come to the committee and say, I've done my work, I've followed my process, I've done everything. Here is my work that I've done. I'm requesting your blessings as a committee, or I'm just passing by to inform you guys that I've done very well on my work. And then we just endorse the work of the minister and say, excellent work, Minister. You've done excellently, but we haven't gotten that opportunity. Hence, now we like chasing things in the back. If we can get maybe a confirmation of that letter from the Chair, that he has got the letter of appointment, when the letter was received, that will suffice for me. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, members. I think DG must protect you on this one. So the DG is not the one who appoints chairpersons, and it will be unfair for us to even get a comment from him whether it's true or not. Let's not do that. The DG has got his own mistakes. He sometimes posts about chiefs on social media. But on this one, let's not, and sometimes he calls vice chancellors to allow students when they graduate to have Kaiser Chiefs t-shirts on stage. Those are the mistakes. We'll deal with him with that. But on this one, I don't think it will be fair for us to ask him to even comment on it. It's not his process. So let's we will schedule a meeting like we've agreed. So the best way, Honorable Ngubane, to deal with this thing will be, maybe we'll write to the minister and ask if they are done with the process of appointing board members. And if not, when are they going to finish that part? And then they must give us the dates. Once they commit to a date, then we'll schedule them in this quarter even, so that they come and explain. So when we write to you, DG, please expedite the process of responding. Don't take 3 months to respond. You see, sometimes department, I just don't understand. You just create a lot of unnecessary problems by not responding. I mean, we get a lot of complaints even from people that ordinarily should write to yourself. They write to you, and then no one acknowledges anything. And then they write to your universities. They are not responded to. So there's this culture of not responding. I don't know where it comes from. I mean, a student is worried. They've been on campus for 5 months. They write to NSFAS every day. There's no response. You know, a student must graduate at an institution. They write to an institution, no one responds. They write to you to say, I finished my qualifications at this TVET college in 2022. I still don't have, the college says the department must give us, it's the department who must give us certificates, no one responds. So there's this culture, DG, that we must deal with there in that, in the sector of not responding to people because probably think they are not that important. That must come to an end. So we'll write to you. Please respond. Just like I've asked you, I'm still responding to some of these things. We want to have a follow-up. Hold on first. So, and then there's a concern about the continued absence in the portfolio committee, DG, by yourself and the minister. Let's improve. We can't, you know, sometimes it's frustrating. When I started here, I said, there's no one from a legal team of the department. You are going to make our work very difficult. Sometimes you colleagues deploy people to be acting on your behalf as the DG. And then when we write to you 2 months later, you colleagues don't know what happened in the meeting. Ordinarily, when we have somebody acting in on behalf of the DG, that they must compile a report and give to you and say, these are the issues that were raised in the portfolio committee that needs your intervention. When you are away on official business, when you accompany the president to Japan, we interacted with your department. And in the report, your people in the department attempted to lie to us about an APP target there. They changed the APP target. And they said it was supposed to be concluded on the 31st of December, where it was on the Higher Education Act. The report must be submitted to Parliament by 31 December to us. And then your people in the report lied. And they said the target was supposed to be submitted to the minister. And I told them in the meeting, this is I have your APP. I mean, sometimes you people think we don't go through, we don't prepare for these meetings. We have the whole weekend to prepare. So we sit at home, we look at the original APP that was submitted to us in Parliament. And then when you bring in a presentation here with lies, we must charge you. Sections 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act gives us that power to take you to the cleaners for lying to Parliament. And we told them, we said to them, whoever put together, go and take consequence management on whoever put this thing here. And if you can't, it was DDG Sokiku, will be forced, will have no choice but to institute these charges against you, because you came here and lied to us. You presented a lie. And I don't know if they gave you that feedback, because I've not asked you. I'm just waiting. We did say to them, we're going to give you time to go. When we write to you and ask you, how far are you with consequence management on a person who decided to lie there, because it was the competence of your legal team. And that is why when we conclude that the department does not have a legal team, it's not because we hate them, we don't know them, but it's because of the continued misrepresentation of facts that come from the legal team of your department. It's absent. So your continued absence, Director General, and the minister makes it very difficult for us to have conducive working environment with yourselves. Makes it very difficult. We will convey your message, members, about the absence of the minister. If possible, if the problem is cabinet, then we'll have to interact with the speaker to interact with the leader of government business. Because if the problem is cabinet, then they must deal with it at that level. Maybe Anele, when we do interact with the speaker, we must look at the attendance. Say, since July 11th, when we started convening, these are the number of meetings we've had. These are the number of times that the minister and the DG attended. These are the number of times they did not attend. And I understand that sometimes they would have been abroad, so they would not have been possible for them to attend. But when they've been here, these are the issues that would have prevented them. So on the issue of the appointments of chairpersons, members, I want to lobby you that let's wait for the minister to be here. Just that next week we won't have enough time because we must still go to what do you call that venue there? Near Canal Walk. What do you call that area? I think the meeting will be here, will be there where the Minister of Finance will give a budget 3.0. So we might not have enough time to deal with the two matters, the one of University of Limpopo and this one. But I can assure you that we will make sure that as soon as they confirm that they are done, we'll convene it. But let's not be unfair to the departmental officials, to ask them to respond on something that falls outside of what they can do and cannot do. But we will convey your concerns on the letter that we'll write to the minister. So the construction CETA wrote to us. Remember when we have a meeting, we ask them to give us a list of delegation that comes to us. So the CEO wrote to us with the delegation list. So the assumption is that, and they will clarify it when they present, is that they would have received the appointment letter from the minister, which should be addressed to the CEO, and that is why the CEO and the chair. So the minister would have written to the chair and say, congratulations, I'm appointing you to chair this particular board. And then we'll also write to the CEO and say, CEO, this is your new boss. And that is why the CEO, but when they present, they will tell us. That is why they then included a letter to us that says these are the people who are coming. When I said it on a lighter note, Honorable Msazan, that we don't know the list. But at least we know one person on that leaked list that's doing the round. So let's take it that we only have one. Tomorrow you might have the second one confirming. Day after the third one. We will, I don't want us to, you see, if somebody responds on something that they don't have legislative power to respond on, it will be gossip. Let's not open ourselves to gossip. The minister will respond to us. I'm telling you very soon, once we have, we'll write to her today. I'm confirming. We'll write to her today, and then they will respond. So let's, I know there are allegations of people aligned to one big organization and all of that. Let's leave those things. Yeah, let's leave those things of aligning people to, sometimes big organizations and others. No, let's leave it. Once the list has been confirmed, you will have a chance to interrogate or to speak to the minister about it. So let's close it that way. Your concerns are noted, colleagues. But I think let's go to these things. Yeah. So I'll give Honorable IFP. I'll give you first Sanele, and then I'll give you Matlodi.
No, it's Honorable Zondo, not Honorable IFP.
Sorry, Mhlonishwa Zondo.
No, Chair, I'm trying to understand or to be at ease with your explanation. It's just that when we go deep on this, somehow, with the comment of Msezana, I understand your explanation. But on my corner, there is a minister, deputy minister, then it's us after them. Okay.
They report to the
Okay,
committee.
vice versa, Chair. So, I'm trying to understand if, let's say there is nothing that have doing rounds. There's no list whatsoever. And we come to a meeting, and when we are doing introduction, there's someone who's saying, I'm a chairperson of a board without our knowledge. Because after the minister has done her part, it should have let us know. In fact, the list should have, with one who was favored first about the work she has done in terms of appointing. I was not trying to be unfair to the DG, but as someone who worked closer in the office of the minister, then and we are with him in the meeting. It was on that, not like we're compelling that he must respond now officially, because that is the work of the minister. But to have someone without that list from the minister, because after the meeting, if the minister will come and say that I didn't appoint Dr. Ptelezi, then we had the meeting with Dr. Ptelezi, I did some presentation. What is going to happen about this meeting? So, Chair, I think beside the so-called allegation that are being said in the social media, but the fact that there is someone who's appointed, but as a committee that he or she account on, we are not appraised. And that's, I'm saying an unfortunate part, say the minister will come to this committee and say, I didn't appoint Mr. Ptelezi, Dr. Ptelezi. Then what are we going to do? What will be the status of this meeting after? Because as I said, that we won't get into deeper details and what transpired when those appointments were done, because we have that insight. But it's not for us to present in this meeting. You know, we'll ask the minister when she present. But for now, Chair, I get your explanation, but I have a problem. Unless we'll be presented with an appointment letter with the signature of the minister, then we can be able to hold the minister to say that you cannot say you didn't appoint Dr. Ptelezi, because there is a letter that we were given on the meeting. Then we accepted it, because once we have an appointment letter, then we are fine, we have to go on. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give him a masako, Mama. So, the CEO has written to us, and I've explained the process that would have happened, that the minister will appoint a person, write to Dr. Ptelezi, you are appointed, that is one. You see, DG is just out of order. He's just putting a picture of Kaiser Chiefs on the phone. I don't understand. The team that is, I don't even know on the league its number, man. It's number 40 there somewhere, I don't know. So the minister would have written to an individual and say, I'm appointing you here. Number two, the minister will write to the incumbent CEO. So the CEO, and I said, the CEO will explain to say, I do have, the reason why I was bold to write to a list of delegation that comes to your committee is because I do have the appointment. So let's leave it there. We can't ask the chairperson to send us his appointment. Like I said, let's not do that. If the minister comes and says, I did not appoint Dr. Butelis, then we have the CEO here who will hold accountable to say, you brought us an imposter in our meeting. You said this person is appointed and the minister is not agreeing to that, so you lied to us. Section 17, subsection 2, powers, privileges, and immunities, we charge him. Simple. So let's not derail the meeting. That part will come at a later stage. Honorable Maseko.
Just from me was requesting when you call, after you receive the communication, also add the National Skills Authority, because after the appointment, they vet and then they also, so don't leave them out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they are here. The CEO of the NSA is here. Every time we interact with the CETAs, they come to our meetings, so the CEO is here. Colleagues who have taken too long, DG, stop playing with your phone. Let's be serious. Please lead the presentation of the department, and then from there we'll give to the unconfirmed, confirmed chair to lead to lead the seat, and then the CEO will present. Then we'll have a conversation. DG.
Chairperson,
okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
my apology.
Yeah, hold on, DJ.
My apologies. I'm not sure how you have closed this matter. I heard you saying that you will definitely meet and attend to this matter. But this is not for the first time you're saying that. That the one of the minister coming through and dealing with the issues of the chairs, including the NSA. The reason why I'm saying that, I don't understand how you are closing it. You are not necessarily giving us time frames. And this is not for the first time you saying that you'll definitely drag the minister to this committee, whether screaming or crying. This is not for the first time. Can you give us a time frame? Because in all honesty, apart from the allegations, we've got issues in terms of this board. And would want the minister to take full responsibility as a person who was responsible for the entire process. Please give us a time frame.
No, I apologize. I did say that we will write to her today to tell us how far with the appointments of the board, of the boards, not only chairs, but with the full complement of the AAs. And then if they are not done, she must commit to a date by when will they be done with that process. So we can't say we'll bring her in 2 weeks' time, whereas in 2 weeks' time they will not be done. So that's where the issue might be. But next week, I did say next week she will be here to respond to us on the issue of University of Limpopo with the entire delegation. In that meeting, she will then commit to a deadline if she had not done so already. And that is why I said to the department, when we write to you, you must respond. Because they have a tendency of, we write to them and they don't respond. We're not going to wait for 3 months this time. If they don't respond, we're going to put timeline, say, we're writing to you on the, what is the date, 14th. If you have not responded to us by this particular date, then we'll have to take other steps to force you to respond to us, which is not something that we ordinarily want to do, but we'll do it. So the concern is noted, and I said that even on the letter, we will inform the minister of the concerns that members have raised, which are many. We will make it a point. DG?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable WT. let's see, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed members of the committee and the delegation of both the department and the CETA, parliamentary staff and members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and I think I must start by acknowledging, Chair, the conversations prior to my ascendance to the podium to indicate that when it comes to our commitment to this committee, there is no question, Chair, and I think if we have a room to improve, we can commit that we will do better to improve on any area that concerns the committee, because to us, that is the only option that we have. And I am uncomfortable when perhaps our letters that we write to request to be excused for meetings, perhaps we need to be more detailed so that we can convince the committee that when an occasion occurs where, for example, today the minister had no choice but to be in a a special cabinet that has been called. There is no other. The only time the DG would not be here and at cabinet is when we're presenting ourselves, but not on a normal cabinet meeting. I should prefer to be here than to be any other area, Chair. But I trust that we will be able to clarify those matters and show by our conduct that indeed we are committed to the obligations that we have to submit to the oversight of Parliament. And I think it's important that I make that point very clear, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and for your opening remarks, Chair, ahead of this important presentation by the construction CETA. And this CETA, Chair, has been for several years the subject of intense public scrutiny and concern due to widespread allegations of corruption, financial mismanagement, and serious governance failures over time now. And I think the interventions by the minister are well known and they are reported and recorded. At some point, you know, the CETA was on administration. At some point, serious investigations like the Duja Forensic Report are some of the interventions of our minister in trying to deal with the issues emerging out of this CETA. These allegations, which became particularly prominent in the years between 2017 and 2019, had prompted a number of investigations, Chair. So the Duja Forensic investigation is but one of them. The CETA was placed under administration as from the February of 2020. Initially, this was for 12 months. And such period was extended to the 2nd of February 2022. It was during such a period that the Duja Forensic investigation was conducted. The report addressed the resolutions of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, especially regarding the pension fund and the medical aid matter and other related governance issues reported since 2019. Amongst the key root causes identified was the breakdown of governance structures, the executive interference in operational matters, and a concerning lack of accountability and oversight. The report revealed that the executive had usurped the powers of the accounting authority. The EXCO approved the awards of discretionary grant to a tune of 100 million to SAFSEC, Vets University and Vets Enterprise at 91 million, 150 million, and 24.9 million respectively, and without any delegation of authority by the accounting authority, that is the minister. And without this being part of the formal DG evaluation report by the external company appointed to adjudicate the DGs, that is the discretionary grants. Now, Honorable Chair and esteemed members of this portfolio committee, this report pointed to serious breaches in financial management. Payroll costs more than tripled within the 3 years due to unjustified changes in the salary structure, and performance bonuses were issued without any measurable criteria. 43.7 million property transaction had to be reversed after administrative intervention, as I've indicated earlier on, that when all of this was happening, we never watched it happen. We always have intervened, you know, and in some, at some point, as I make this example of the reversal of 43.7 million property transaction that was reversed. So in terms of its core functions, the CETA, that is the construction CETA, failed to maintain credible accreditation and certification systems. Non-compliant training providers were granted accreditation. I think that is really serious because certification that has no credibility renders the credibility of any other, you know, of such, you know, accreditation, you know, questionable. Non-compliant training providers were granted accreditation. Learners experienced long delays in receiving certificates. These shortcomings directly undermined the credibility of the authority, and by extension, the wider post-education and training system. The HR processes and the remuneration practices were irregularly implemented. Excessive and random salary increases placed the CETA under extreme financial pressure. Despite the bleak picture, we are pleased to note that the CETA has taken measurable steps to implement the recommendations arising from the Duja report. Structural governance reforms are underway to restore clear lines of accountability. Procurement systems are being reviewed to ensure full compliance with supply chain legislation. The guidelines governing discretionary grants have been realigned with the Public Finance Management Act and the Skills Development Act. Quality assurance functions are being overhauled, and the work is ongoing to develop a reliable provider database and improve certification turnaround times. On the human resource front, salary bands and bonus frameworks are being reviewed, with efforts to ensure that remuneration is linked to transparent performance standards. Perhaps most importantly, the disciplinary and legal processes have commenced against officials who were implicated in wrongdoing. I'm really happy to report this to the committee, and we are watching it very closely to see if we could identify any gaps in that process as well. As we look forward, I wish to emphasize that the department expects this CETA to remain firmly committed to implementing all the recommendations of the report in full. This is essential not only for restoring public trust, but also for ensuring that the CETA becomes a reliable and impactful contributor to the MTDP that we've committed ourselves to for the next 5 years. As we enter the 7th administration, and I do not doubt that the CETA will emerge as an agile, credible, and fully accountable institution aligned with the objectives of the National Skills Development Plan, the NDP 2030, and the Medium-Term Development Plan. As I have just finalized the preparations to engage on this issue, the chair has now, in the opening remarks, made comments around the credibility of processes for appointing any officials in the system. We take this seriously, and we are looking forward to an opportunity to fully disclose on our processes and ensure that the portfolio committee does its oversight, knowing that we have fully disclosed on those processes. I wish to indicate that as a department, we are paying close attention to the matters arising out of the Duja reports. As the CETA implements this report, we will also on our own be looking into ensuring that these are implemented to the letter. Chair, on that regard, may I hand over, with your permission, to the leader of the delegation to lead the conversation.
Thank you very much, DG. As I had indicated that in the absence of the chair, I execute the responsibility. Of course, I think normally the presentation is led by the CEO, but obviously we would leave to the entity to decide who leads the presentation, and then we'll take it from there. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I had written on my remarks, Honorable Duja Forensic Report, and now it's Honorable Msezane acting in that position. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues from Department of Higher Education, members of the parliamentary staff, and the members of the Fourth Estate, and the members or officials from the CETA. Since my appointment last week, I received some reports and reviewed some of the CETA's history to understand its challenges and successes. It was not the intention to declare when it was received, but it's already on my speaking notes, and I think it responds to a question that was put before the House. So I did receive it on Friday last week, the appointment letter from the CEO. These past challenges, along with the measures taken by successive executive and accounting authorities, have significantly influenced the current state of governance within the entity. I noted that CETA, which is the construction CETA, having been established in the year 2000, was placed under administration from 2012 to 2014, following allegations of corruption, financial maladministration, and other governance and administrative issues. By 2017-2018, there were again similar allegations resurfacing of irregularities, unfair labor practices, governance failures, accreditation or certification corruption, and these were on the various media platforms. We are aware that of this history and the steps taken by the previous minister, who then placed the CETA under administration from Feb 2020 to 2022, with the board subsequently being dissolved. The Duja Forensic Investigation Report provides a sobering account of systemic issues that plagued the organization over the years. These included lapses in governance, mismanagement within the accreditation and certification processes, and the troubling rise of irregularities in the supply management practices. These failings severely impacted on the credibility of the CETA's operations and its ability to effectively deliver on its mandate. In acknowledging these historical challenges, it is important to recognize the resilience required to rebuild trust in the organization. Learning from the past mistakes is essential, not only to address their consequences, but to establish robust governance and ethical practices for the future. As we take oversight of this organization towards 2030, we commit to ensuring that proper and transparent governance and administration are central to our approach. This will be anchored on ethical leadership, high performance, and the fulfillment of our mandate to improve the lives of South Africans through providing essential skills, particularly to young South Africans, women, people living with disabilities, and all marginalized groups. Focus will be placed on producing artisans and addressing critical human resource constraints, particularly within the built environment space. Key findings of the Duja report. The Duja report highlighted several concerns, particularly regarding governance, which will serve as lessons for future practices during our term. I've already mentioned that. Then on governance, the Duja report confirmed governance failures at CETA, evidenced by various instances of non-compliance and other issues. A board executive committee took over the powers, and I think the DG had already reported on that, of the full board, making decisions without delegation and without presenting them to the full board for ratification. We will ensure accountability and adherence to the limits set for us as a board. There were also issues of conflict of interest and questionable relationships within certain entities doing business with the CETA. We are committed to preventing such issues in the future. And there were issues on the SCM process, which we will ensure that we correct as per the recommendations put in by the report. Would want to apologize for the many changes, Chair, that would have been made to this report or to this presentation. And that was on the basis that the response that we got from Duja, which was the party that was appointed to institute the report, was that some of the people implicated in the report had not been informed of the incriminating evidence that is there against them. So we thought therefore it would be improper that we present that in full to this committee without it being, without the right to be heard having been observed, which is a legal right that whoever is implicated has. So we didn't want to fall foul of the law, particularly as I start today, that then I'm already on the wrong side. So it wouldn't have been nice. Secondly, any corrective action that we may have taken against individuals that are implicated in the Duja report would be, or the consequence management would have been taken on the basis that they also are implicated in other reports that were done within the CETA. For instance, there was a Gobodo report, and the same people that are implicated in the Duja report are also implicated in the Gobodo report and the Malachi Geldenhuys report and all those reports. So you'll find that some of the things have been dealt with, but not arising from this particular report, but because the same people were implicated in other reports, and the administrator would have taken action to remedy the situation. Through you, Chair, may I request that the CEO, now I've got two chairs, carries over with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Apologies that I didn't observe the protocol to acknowledge the DG, the DDG, the officials of the department, and the EO of the NSA and my recently appointed chairperson, Dr. Buthelezi. As per the instruction to indicate if I did receive the appointment letter, I hereby confirm that I did receive the appointment letter from the department. I established the source from which the letter came from on the 9th of May, and indeed, I satisfied myself as the CEO that it came from the right source, appointing the chairperson, and that's the signature that the letter had on the 9th of May. Then I had a duty, since the appointment was communicated, to include the chairperson, then to start the responsibilities as enshrined in this appointment letter. Thank you, chairperson. I believe that instruction I have executed accordingly. Then I will be going back to the presentation following the remarks of the DG and the chairperson. Indeed, the background to this report has been given in terms of the issues that the CETA faced, also noting that the organization had an unfortunate experiences of being placed under administration twice in less than 10 years, following similar allegations and challenges. The presentation was modified because of the legal risk, in the sense that the initial presentation sent to the committee contained the names of individuals which would have attracted a particular legal risk. And then in consultation and the guidance also of the chair and the department, we had to use different identities in the sense, hence that's the only thing that has been modified from the report that was shared last week, Friday. The substance is still exactly the same in the presentation. I'm not going to go back to the issues as they have already been highlighted. The resolution of the Portfolio Committee in 2019 for the notorious pension fund matter that needed to be investigated, and what was happening in the organization coming to this parliament when allegations and complaints were registered, legal opinions being received, some contradicting, and the cost law that affected the performance of the organization in 2019-20, up to the point when CETA was placed under administration, as already highlighted, in February 2020, which was also challenged by some of the members of the board, that was ultimately dissolved by the decision of the minister, which after the appearance at this portfolio committee in 2019, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation had written to the CETA chairperson to indicate why the organization should not be placed under administration. We were informed that the chairperson responded by January, also admitting that there were indeed presence of financial maladministration in the organization, and the chairperson had resigned before the organization was placed under administration. And then when the administrator was appointed, and that appointed gazetted, despite the court challenges, the administration continued, and then it discharged the responsibility to appoint the forensic firm, which was also part of the responsibilities as gazetted, to investigate all the matters, to perform a comprehensive forensic investigation. Hence the reports that were referred to, the DEAD Koboto report, had already confirmed, including that the organization's SCM was dysfunctional. That report was finalized by 2019 May, and then also the governance issues were already investigated by the NSA, whose report was finalized and issued to the CETA by September 2019, confirming that indeed there were governance failures and recommending a comprehensive forensic investigation. And this Duja Forensic investigation was then commissioned by the administration at the instruction of the executive authority, the minister, who's then become the owner of the forensic report in question. The forensic investigation, due to COVID-19 challenges that we were all aware of, could only be concluded in October 2021, and on the 5th November 2021, the report was presented by the administrator to the Honorable Minister, and then the administration came to an end in February 22, as already highlighted. And in terms of the report findings and conclusion, it is important also to pay attention to certain developments that are highlighted in this slide. Also, the timeline that has lapsed since the report was concluded in 2021 and the appearance at this committee in 2025, in the sense that the court challenges that were challenging the administration decision, the Labour Court, the Constitutional Court had concluded or ruled in favor of the executive authority that the decision to place the institution under administration was indeed lawful and legal. Also, that when the board, whose term expired 31st March 2025, was appointed and became effective on 1 September 2022, by November they instructed the CEO to appoint a legal firm or assign a legal firm to review and consolidate the findings of all forensic investigations that were conducted during administration as per the administrator's closeout report, that the board had the responsibility to implement the remaining recommendations of those reports and to advise how the board should go about implementing such recommendations, and in particular the Duja reports. That process was undertaken, and then the legal firm appointed did have a session with the board on the 10th and 11th January 2023, whereby the board then made certain resolutions that the report is of the executive authority, is the one who can release it. However, where there is readily available evidence for the matters that are highlighted as irregularities or matters of concern or wrongdoings, the management must initiate the processes of consequence management based on the evidence available to management at the time, where there is no further investigation that may be required. Then, on the 29th of March 2023, the Minister instructed the Chair and the CEO of CETA to work with the Department Head of Legal, that is DHED Legal Department, in developing an implementation plan to implement the recommendations of the Duja reports. That was undertaken accordingly and concluded, and then on the 31st of July 2023, the CETA submitted then the Duja recommendations implementation action plan to the Minister. Then in March 2025, the board handover includes the same recommendation that the Duja report needs to be released, and the Minister will need then to instruct the CETA as to how to go about implementing the recommendations of this report in as far and mainly as they relate to the erstwhile board that was dissolved in 2020. Then on the conclusions and the findings of the report, at high level, the report confirms issues that were alleged, and at the same time, when you read the findings and the conclusions and recommendations of the report, it technically says the Minister was correct to place the CETA under administration in 2020. And then it covers areas of governance, special and DG projects awards, financial management, the issues of accreditation and certification, and then in the main, which were the major issues of human resource and staff benefit structuring at the organization. This conclusion says there was indeed a total collapse in governance, as this is demonstrated by the following amongst the other as summarized in the Duja reports. That the board committee of the accounting authority, called the Board Executive Committee, which we use EXCO throughout in this case, took the powers of the full board to itself, whereas there was never, or there were no evidence that the board had delegated any approval powers to this EXCO or any other committee. Also, according to the Duja investigators, that the understanding of the powers by some members of the board, specifically EXCO members, was deeply troubling to the investigators. And that has highlighted, this committee then started approving the DG, which is Discretionary Grants Awards, in contravention of what is prescribed in the Skills Development Act, PFMA, and the CETA Constitution and policies, in the sense that they were not a delegated committee to approve such. Nevertheless, they did do the awards approval, and after doing so, we are informed by the conclusions of this report that those decisions or their decisions were never taken to the full board so that the full board could have a full appreciation what decisions are being taken in the organization by the committees. No, those decisions were either ratified by the full board. And there were confirmed conflict of interest in violation of the CETA Constitution. As it continues also, at some point, because the CEO had resigned in June 2018, which the Portfolio Committee in 2019 did engage with that CEO, there was an appointment of an acting CEO, and there is a diet circular on how you go about appointing an acting CEO. And then we are informed by the conclusions of the Duja report that the board had misled the minister in that regard, meaning they deviated from the provisions of the diet circular on appointment of acting CEOs. And also, they did not exercise proper oversight on the running of the organization by executive management. There were accreditation and certification issues, which the report says and conclude was in shambles, which threatened the credibility of the organization. And also, there were various entities that were awarded projects, and later they came and did the change request, meaning if somebody was awarded to implement a learning program for artisans or apprenticeships, later they will come and say, no, we're no longer doing apprenticeship, we want to do something else. And those were approved according to this report by the acting CEO, which effectively amended the initial award as would have been approved by EXCO in this case. It confirms also under governance that how this committee called EXCO took or usurped the powers of the full AA or the board to itself, in that all the DG approvals for 2018-19 financial year were approved without a delegation of authority, which they amounted in total to something not less than 700 million in that year. There are specific ones which are worrisome, that there was an award of DG made to SAFSEC to the value of 100 million in the same 2018 year, and also other awards that were made to Wits University and the entity of the Wits University called Wits Enterprises Universities will have such institution, which were awarded certain projects at 91 million, the other one at 150, the other one at 24.9 million. All these were approved without the delegation of authority from the board, and specifically and worrisomely from the Duja report, in that the CETA had appointed a company to do the evaluation of DG projects. And these three are entities that are highlighted as being awarded by EXCO were never evaluated by that company, meaning then they may not have been subjected to proper DG evaluation process. The report then says that actually in relation to the 100 million award made to SAFSEC by CETA, there was at some point at one of events an announcement made by the CEO at the time before such matter could even serve in EXCO. That's what the report says. Then there was this approval by EXCO committee of the board, which approved 100% contribution to medical aid by employer or the CETA, meaning now the employees, as is ordinary that they contribute a portion and employer contributes a portion. Now employer alone was the one contributing to the medical aid, as the report indicates that they approved that, whereas there were minutes or draft minutes of the board that indicated that the approval was for the employer to contribute 70% of the cost and employees to contribute their 30% towards medical aid. There is also a conclusion that the EXCO ran with the appointment or recruitment of the CEO until they recommended 3 names to the minister without such a matter being served to the full board. The portfolio committee had in 2019 received the complaints from the CEO of CETA who had resigned in June 2018 that the pension fund matter that resulted in unhappiness whereby the deductions at a later stage had to be made against the employees of CETA, that the CEO had received a letter from the chairperson who then said he was changing the remuneration package and benefits of the CEO and instructed in such a letter the CEO to deal with the rest of the employees in changing the contribution to the pension fund from whatever parameters it was to have the employer being the one who solely contribute to the pension fund. This could not find conclusive evidence in the sense that whether the chairperson had signed or did not sign or approve such. At a later stage, we learned that there was a criminal case that was opened by the chairperson of the board against the CEO, and also the CEO opened a criminal case against the chairperson on the same matter of the pension fund, vis-a-vis the letters that the evidence could not conclusively conclude if it was indeed or not signed by the chairperson. The existence of the conflict of interest within the board, it highlights particular this award of 100 million to the organization called SAFSEC, whose CEO was a member of the board of CETA and also was a member of the board executive committee, the EXCO of CETA, who was also a member of the core business committee, which meaning that was having so many incompatible responsibilities that dealt with the power. And then when the EXCO considered the award that was made to SAFSEC to the value of 100 million, that member of EXCO, by virtue of being the CEO of SAFSEC, was supposed to recuse himself. The findings and the conclusion of this Duja report is that the meeting that was held on 28 March 2018, this member of EXCO, being the CEO of SAFSEC, did not recuse himself from the meeting. He participated in discussing the award that was being made or to be made to his organization, and then the minutes say something in that he was excused during discussion. But then when the investigators listened to the audio recording of the same meeting, the same member is participating in the meeting, never left the meeting, although the minutes are saying he left. Hence the confirmation that there was conflict of interest, and the members of this committee as well, beside this member not recusing himself, did not hold this member accountable to ask him to recuse himself. He was made to sit in the meeting, that he should not be involved in a matter that was specifically being discussed due to the conflict highlighted above, and that meant that EXCO, because in terms of the CETA constitution, the board and the members of the committees must make sure that there are no conflict of interest on the matters they consider, meaning the EXCO in its entirety failed to comply with the CETA constitution with regard to the management of conflict of interest. This is also evidenced by another conclusion that says there appeared to be improper relations between CETA management and the board members and certain entities. Under financial management, indeed, the Duja report confirms that there was financial mismanagement at the organization. Then it highlights certain issues that are going to be discussed at length under other areas. This already has highlighted that the EXCO of the board approved the DG awards without the proper delegation, and then exposing the CETA to the risk of incurring irregular expenditure in that regard. Also, the report concludes that staff effectively received a 15% salary increase when the regime was changed from cost to company to basic or fixed salary plus benefits. And the impact of such a change and increase is that in a few years, Between 2016 and 2018-19, the salary bill of the CETA in 2015-16 financial year was only at 48 million or 47.8 million. But by 2018-19, because of these decisions, the salary bill of the CETA was already sitting at 126 million per annum, meaning it increased 3 times. And the average cost during the investigation when the report was concluded vis-a-vis what it was at in 2015. In 2015-16 financial year, the report concludes that the average cost of employment for a CETA employee was 589,653,000, whereas by the time the investigation was conducted in 2020-21, the average cost of employment had ballooned from that amount to almost 1.1 million per annum per employee. There was also established that a number of employees in the CETA were earning substantially more than the maximum notches of their respective salary bands at the time because of those decisions. It was also, the report concludes and found that there were apparent random increases of salaries in the organization that were based, which were termed that those were due to industrialness and contribution made by certain employees to the organization whose factors were not measurable. And then there was also significant increase in the amount of performance bonuses that were paid to staff during the period between 2017 to 2019 with no apparent justification, which we'll speak about under HR and benefits. And then it indeed confirms that the previous investigations, as highlighted by the DG and the chair, that were made on the breaches of supply chain regulations and procedures had indicated that there was indeed a prima facie indicator of financial mismanagement at the time, which the Duja report confirms. There was this confirmation that there was a payment made in respect of the purchase of a building regarding the CETA Academy, which was made in contravention of the delegation and processes, which then the administrator recovered that money, which was paid back to the CETA in 2020. But also notably from financial management perspective, that the DG expenditure of the CETA used to average around 550 million per annum. But just in one financial year, in 2019-2020, the year the CETA was placed under administration, the DG expenditure had ballooned from the average of to be around 550 million to be 1.2 billion in 1 year. Whilst the performance of this organization in the same financial year, 2019-20, dipped from the 90s to 32%, whereas the expenditure doubled to 1.2 billion, not supported by the actual performance. It is also concluded that the CETA bought a fleet of vehicles with no policies and plan to use such vehicles being approved or being in place. It is also confirmed and concluded by the Duja report that the CETA was spending huge amounts of monies on skills development centers, which are the facilities for training purposes in underserved areas, but there were no clear or approved policies, procedures, or budgets, or even any norms and standards governing such processes. Nevertheless, the monies were spent on those projects. Also, the CETA administrative budget, as a result of these indicators financially, we got CETA regulations that says we should not exceed 10.5% of the expenditure for administrative costs, because we should be spending most of the money in the training and skilling business. However, the CETA was exceeding the 10.5 threshold in all the past 5 years when these things were happening. When it comes to accreditation and certification issues, the Duja report concludes that indeed there were weak accreditation and quality assurance processes at the CETA, which then the report goes into details in detailing the various examples of such weaknesses. It also indicates that there were no standard procedures in place to govern the matters of accreditation and certification in the organization. There was also not even a single credible database of the entities that are actually accredited by the CETA, in the sense that the CETA is an SLA with QCTO, which prescribes that the CETA must maintain a credible database of accredited entities. This was not done per the conclusion of this report. Also, it highlights some troubling situation that certain providers that were non-compliant or were not complying with the regulated requirements for somebody to be granted a license to train, which is called accreditation, they were awarded accreditations, whereas they were non-compliant. There were also observed extensive delays that were experienced with regard to issue the certificate to learners so that learners could take up employment opportunities after the training. There were long delays experienced as well between the period when the learner is moderated to confirm if they are competent to be certificated or not, and the date the actual certificates were issued. The report goes to highlight also the big number of delays that affected more than 6,000 learners who had to wait for more than 3 years waiting for certificates after they had completed their training. Under HR, which also is one of the major issues of concern, it confirms, as was highlighted under financial management, that a number of CETA employees were earning substantially more than the maximum notch of the respective salary bands that were found to have been developed at that time by the organization. We have spoken about the issue of the random salary increases based on industrialness and contribution of certain employees whose factors of such increases could not be measured or were not measurable according to the conclusion of this report. There were also issues about the KPAs for which the CETA performance appraisals were conducted, which were in the report or the investigation observed these were just generic, and then they did not distinguish adequately between the various levels of staff, meaning a receptionist may be measured on the same KPAs as the executive and senior managers. And then that the salary of the CEO during the period under investigation was not aligned to Regulation 7 and 8 of the regulations for the conditions of services and appointment of the CEOs of CETAs. Also notably that in 2017, the salary bill of the CETA was now sitting at 69 million per annum, but by 2018-19 financial year, it has skyrocketed to 126 million, whilst at the same time, the vacancies in the organization remained high, meaning there were unfilled positions, whereas the salary bill was going the other direction. There were noted various instances where employees for the medical aid contribution, which now the employer was contributing 100%, had adult dependents, meaning people above age 18, whose medical cover was being covered by the employer through that scheme of contributing 100%, and when adult dependents should have been removed. And that contributed to this high employment cost bill in the organization. Also, the funding of bonuses appeared to have been determined by whatever surpluses may have been available at year end, rather than being informed by the budget process in the organization. An example that the report highlights is that as a result of such weaknesses in the system, there was a bonus allocation proposed in 2018 amounting in total to 18.5 million, which apparently the finance committee of the board protested and resisted such, but ultimately the board approved that bonus payment of 16.3 million subsequently. Then on top of the normal performance bonus that we may all be aware of, that many organizations do provide such incentive to employees, there were other forms of bonuses like the so-called clean audit bonuses, in the sense that whilst these things were happening in the organization per the conclusions of the Duja report, the CETA in those years had received clean audits, opinions or clean audit reports. And when those clean audit outcomes were being achieved, there will be an additional bonuses according to the Duja report, where then employees will be given a clean audit bonus, which was not provided for in the CETA HR policies, and there was no metrics to measure how do you calculate this clean audit bonus that is over and above the normal performance bonus. Also, it is concluded that when the acting CEO was appointed in 2018 post the resignation of the CEO, the board did not consult the minister before affirming such acting appointment in line with the DH circular in that regard. Also, it was noted that executive positions were occupied by people who were acting for excessive periods, and the only executive positions that were filled was that of the CFO and the executive manager for projects, and the rest of people were acting for longest periods in the, during the period under forensic review. It also concludes and found that the organization had appointed 9 employees who were not meeting the minimum requirements of the positions they were being appointed to. They were given conditional appointments. However, those 9 employees that were given conditional appointments being appointed without meeting minimum requirements, those set conditions were never monitored and tracked. Then I'm moving now to the recommendations of the Duja report in as far as they concern the areas that are under consideration. Then I will start with the issues of governance and the status as of today where we are regarding the matter of concern. Now highlighting that at this point in time, the CETA, because the Duja report has not been released, the Duja recommendations by themselves will not have been implemented. However, as in line with the resolution that I highlighted that was made by the board in 2023, that where other reports and other processes have confirmed wrongdoings or irregularities or issues of concerns that needed to be addressed, and there was evidence at the disposal of the organization, consequence management in that regard must be effected. I will then go back to the issue of the consequence management effected as was requested by the committee as part of this presentation. Here, we looking at the recommendation that is made in the Duja report on the matter of concern, because management and the board had the responsibility in terms of the laws of this country to address the issues of concerns that we become aware of. You will find that the matter of concern has been addressed or overtaken by other events, because it's also reflected in other reports from other processes other than the Duja report itself. The Duja report recommends, when it comes to governance, that the whole board that was dissolved in 2020 must be held accountable for failing to effectively oversee and monitor the implementation and execution of the key business processes in the organization by executive management. And that status then will remain red, meaning it has not been implemented as a result, because the report, the one with the authority is the one who commissioned, which in this case is the executive authority, the minister. And the minister needs to make the determination and issue the instruction to the CETA, say, I accept the recommendations of this report, then implement the recommendations in entirety. The issue of failure by that board to ensure that the functional areas of the organization were headed by competent and experienced individuals, and they were adequately resourced, as we had highlighted in the conclusion that they were acting people in positions where they should be headed by competent individuals. I'm not sure whether this implies that the acting people were not competent as they discharge those responsibilities. However, in the background of the organization where we are, all senior management and executive positions are occupied by competent members of senior management who are appointed meeting the minimum requirements. There is none who has had a conditional appointment, as was the case when
CEO, we have 15 minutes left. So on governance, just, summarize what is the...
In summary, what is not addressed at all is holding that board accountable, because it's subject to the release of the report, and the minister is to pronounce in that regard, and the handover of the board for the term that ended 31st March 2025 included that recommendation that the minister must consider releasing these Duja reports and also pronouncing and instructing the CETA how to go about those recommendations. I will then, the ones that are yellow is because processes were started, like the issues of the salary scales during the administration, organizational design had been undertaken. All new appointments are done in terms of the scales from that process. Also, the board that whose term expired 31st March had done a review of the organizational redesign process, which was underway at the end of their term, which in the handover report recommended that the board to be appointed from 1 April 2025 must take that process forward. And then under supply chain, we have addressed most of the matters in the sense of strengthening. We have introduced issues of probity audits on all awards above 5 million so that we can detect before the award and expenditure is incurred if those are compliant with the PFMA and the constitution requirements of section 217 in terms of competitiveness, fairness, etc. And then we are satisfied that the matters of concern in that regard, most of them have been addressed in the background, although some of the people are still going through the consequence management processes, which will be some concluded and some still ongoing as at the date of this report. Under discretionary grants, the matters that pertains the board members' actions and behavior or conduct as indicated still need to be implemented. With regard to the issues relating to awards of the VETS enterprise and the CETA Academy, we have already indicated that the money was paid back to the CETA in 2020, and then the recovery of certain monies from the VETS enterprise, the legal proceedings are ongoing for that matter to be concluded. But the CETA did approach the lawyers and the matter to go to court to recover the monies that went to VETS. And then for the project, other projects to the value of 300 million that were awarded to the VETS universities, which had no learner beneficiaries at the time. In 2022, all those were cancelled to the value of 300 million. When it comes to accreditation matters, some of the issues have been overtaken by other events like the taking over of the accreditation functions from the CETAs to the QCTO. The issues of record management is then a subject of the digitization project of the CETA, which we estimate that by 30th of June 2025, since the tender was issued for the records management and digitization of our records, the tender is under evaluation at this stage. We expect that to be concluded and the process to be implemented by the date indicated. Then when it comes to HR, I'm not going to go back to the issues that affect, because the recommendation recommends for some members of that board criminal charges as well, which will be the subject of the release of the Duja report and the minister then taking a stance on those recommendations. I will then go to the question that we asked, what consequence management was effected to those implicated? As indicated in the opening remarks, since there were various investigation reports that were conducted at the CETA, specifically the DHED, Gobodo, and the NSA reports, all those that were cited by those reports that needed to be held accountable at that stage. During the administration, the administrator suspended all the bid committee members and certain SCM officials in 2020, and most of them, they went through a disciplinary process formally and pleaded guilty. And then when they pleaded guilty, according to the words of the administrator, he exercised the powers that was vested in him as an accounting authority and resolved to deal with those officials who had pleaded guilty in the following manner: that they would be granted amnesty instead of being dismissed, and he issued them with final written warnings on certain conditions that Those officials must then assist the administration and the forensic investigation by divulging and providing information and supporting evidence about all maladministration, corrupt activities that they were aware or knew of at the CETA, and to assist the forensic investigation. Plus, they must commit themselves that going forward they will conduct themselves ethically and never to commit similar acts of unethical conduct in the future. Then that concluded the matter of those in that all of them were found guilty, and they did plead guilty of all those issues. Certain official suspensions were uplifted by August 2020 as reflected in the next slides, meaning they didn't go through the DC process of the administrator at that time. And then ultimately, the members of senior management and executives who were suspended, they then got their employment with the CETA terminated in 2021. A senior finance manager resigned before was being charged whilst on suspension and went to join another CETA. Then the list contains when the employees concerned were suspended, who in the main were members of the bid committees and some SCM officials. Matters were finalized where those pleaded guilty and they were issued with final written warnings, and others were found guilty and then at that time. This is an extract from the presentation made on 9 March 2021 by the legal advisor to the administrator to the Audit and Risk Committee of the CETA at the time, and then some were terminated as indicated. And then there were 3 employees that who are said to have made certain representation in as far as it concerns to the issues that were investigated by Gobodo for learner tablets and project manager for the procurement of land, the designs and construction of the CETA head office. And the 3 employees were suspended in February 2020, and by August 2020, their suspension had been lifted by the administrator at the advice of the council, which is per the indication of the legal advisor in this case. After administration, because other processes during the OD review that was undertaken confirmed, one of the processes that were undertaken during that process was to verify the academic qualifications and the experience credentials of all employees of the CETA. And indeed, the MIE verification confirmed that certain employees had fake qualifications. And unfortunately, then management, despite whatever the Duja report status may be, since evidence was in front of management that there is somebody who's being paid a salary who was employed knowingly that they had a fake qualification, that matter needed to be addressed. Then the employee was subjected to a process resulting in the termination of employment, which over the 5-year period, this employee had been paid 5 million, and the employee was a receptionist at the time, and that expenditure was classified and recorded in our books as irregular expenditure, and then got condoned by the accounting authority on satisfaction that all the prescribed steps of dealing with irregular expenditure had been fulfilled. We also opened a criminal case on the matter, and the employee appeared before the court, which fined the employee, who was then at the time dismissed, and that concluded then this matter of employee who was known and knowingly employed, known that they had a fake qualification. Then the senior manager HR, who was aware of many HR irregularities and failed to do what was right, was also terminated, and the matter was taken to CCMA by such a former employee, which the CCMA ruled in favor of the CETA, and the matter is ongoing at Labour Court because they have taken then both the decision of the CETA and the CCMA to the Labour Court. Then the others are still ongoing at other platforms. After administration, I've already indicated that there were awards that were made to Vets Enterprise amounting to 300 million, were then cancelled, and then all that is outstanding is to recover certain monies from VETS enterprise. The SAFSEC award, at the time administration started, was almost at the end of that project period. At the time, CETA record shows that CETA had paid almost between 58 and 62 million, which will then amount to irregular expenditure because of the inappropriate approval. There was a wage agreement that was also signed with the union in the organization to move all employees from the expensive medical aid package called Classic Priority to a Classic Saver, when the employer discovered that actually certain benefits in this Classic Priority were not being utilized by the members as per the confirmation of Discovery Medical Aid, and then the intention was to move to 50-50 contribution, and all new employees currently are being appointed on a 50-50 contribution basis, which also is triggering a particular unhappiness and complaint from employees that there is no uniformity in the organization. The pension fund contribution also, there was an agreement signed that from 1 April 2024, the employer will now contribute to the pension fund 10% and employee covers the 2.5%, which is the 70-30 split, with an intention in the future to move to 50-50. And then the salary disparities, indeed, certain employees are still unhappy that this was not properly resolved, and then it is believed that the current OD review process will help with the new salary benchmarking and assist in addressing that matter. There was a freezing agreement that was signed during 2021 that all those that are above the salary scale and notches will have their salaries to be frozen with the cost of living adjustments. Then, Chairperson, I think the last question we asked was then, what do we say about the allegations of procurement corruption that are written about or appearing in various media platforms? At the onset, we would like to indicate with the probity audit processes that was introduced in the organization that all the tenders whose budget are above 5 million or the award is proposed to be above 5 million, they are subjected to the probity audit by independent firms that before the CETA signs an appointment letter, they are audited to confirm if they are compliant and everything from the stage of specification to the adjudication is in order, so that we do not award and later attract further irregular expenditures. In this regard, with all awards that have been made since administration, after administration, most of them, the reports comes with no irregularities whatsoever, with nil findings, confirming that irregularities and the processes are being followed. However, we do have instances and attempts that are showing that that route is still continuing where inappropriate responses, like for instance, the bids, especially in the quotation system processes, some submit bids late, they get evaluated, and we've had instances where those were awarded between 21 and 22 financial year, and then those who submit on time sometimes are not being evaluated. And management has effected consequence management because those are reflected in the reports of internal audits and the AG. And then when those consequences are effected, there are counter actions and misdirection that members of executive management are then accused and alleged to be the ones that are corrupt when they effect consequence management in those regards. We have recently also been receiving certain information that indicates that as early or late as March 2025, there was an alleged fake accreditation being awarded. And then management is responding to those matters. We effect consequence management, we investigate, and we get reports confirming. Then those who are implicated are subjected to the processes. But there is counteracting against those actions taken by management, that before somebody is held accountable, they will run to the media and write an article and disclose even confidential information saying, this management is trying to suspend me, is trying to do X and Y on me, whilst the process is ongoing, which is normal that when a matter needs to be investigated, somebody must be, either if they pose a threat, must be given a leave of absence at CETA that is frowned upon. You get articles written that you are following such a process. The board has made certain resolutions as well with regard to such. When we implement the board resolutions as management, we get articles written about us doing our jobs. Chairperson, on that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chairperson, any closing remarks?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll await clarity-seeking questions if there are any. Thank you.
No, trust me, there will be many. Members, this is the presentation from the construction CETA. I think what comes out of this, members, is that this forensic report uncovered a lot of things. From the issue of the contribution from the employer on medical aid, on pension fund, to some members of the executive there getting their salaries high. I mean, somebody with a fake metric having drawn 5 million, baraki receptionist, to CETA ya patala, CETA pays 1 million per annum to a receptionist. The report further says that CETA just pays, I mean, I don't know whether it was the acting CEO was even any more than the Director General outside of the regulations, who was even appointed irregularly themselves. The biggest problem here is that the ministry and the department, you did not release this report. And therefore, you have these board members, especially those who are in EXCO, because the report says EXCO at the time. We don't know these people because there are no names here. Rona, we want those names. Because when we criticize your department, it's not because we don't like you. But there's people here who have caused the CETA this harm. EXCO, these 6, 7, or 8 people who would have taken out money, including on DG grant, 738 million rands worth of DG grant without following a process, without subjecting it to the full accounting authority. And we have not done anything to these people. If anything, because we have not released this report, it means some of them would have been, from 2020, they were appointed as board members again at this CETA or other CETAs. They went there to create more mess. As we are speaking now, because we don't know whether you have appointed or you have not, appointed the 2025 to 2030 board members. Some of these people might be part of the list you are appointing or just appointed because you did not release this list. And somebody must be held accountable, unfortunately, because you are costing taxpayers money. This is, you know, CETAs should be playing a critical role in reducing the number of unemployed people out there. We should be skilling, reskilling, and upskilling them to contribute to fight, to have a fighting chance on participating in the mainstream economy. So now you get such a report that tells you people there, nearly mokitwa di cards. People paying them, I mean, from around 49 million in 1 year. And in the first year, in this, second year, the CETA pays more than triple. But you have not hired people, new people. So people were just inflating their salaries without doing anything. Bonuses every now and then. And then Lona DG at the department, you sit with this report. And therefore, the CETA can't implement it. The board came in 2020. Their term ended on the 31st of March. They have not seen this report. We should be blaming them and say, why did you not implement the recommendations of this report? But we can't because you did not release it, costing the taxpayer money. So the department, I don't know, maybe, you see, department can't continue to do this. It can't. Because this is a legal document. My understanding, and when members ask you a question, you'll have to respond. But my understanding would be, because it has people names, the legal document, the department should have prepared a brief to give the minister this report with that brief. Your legal team, the one that I'm telling you, does not exist. You just pay people salaries there without doing their work. Should have prepared a brief, a legal brief on all the issues and said, Minister, as we release this report, these are the steps that legally we must follow. I doubt if that was done. And you see, now you are now going to force these members to make assumptions. That it means your people there in the department who are dealing with legal, some of these people who are implicated are their people, and they've decided not to act to protect them. So the department can't continue, Batumamodim, to do this. It can be. I'm going to note, members, it's 25 past 11. We are 2, 4, 6, 8. A little 80 more, it's 2 hours if it's 15 minutes. It's 25 past 11. Yeah, we should be done by 2, so I think 25 past 11. So we'll take 15 minutes, very strict on time. Time yourself. Because when my alarm rings here, and please, when you respond, colleagues, go straight to the point. Don't eat members' time. If they ask you, is the color of the cover page of this Duja report yellow or blue? Don't explain. Don't say, when it arrived, it was at night. So we don't want that explanation. Answer, is it yellow or blue? So that you don't eat their time. Yeah. So I'm going to start with you, Honorable Msezana, go to Honorable Maseko, Honorable Zondo, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Souls, and Honorable Low, in that order. So Honorable Msezane, Honorable Maseko, Honorable Zondo, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Souls, and Honorable Low. In that order. I want to start my time here. There are no benefits of self-appointed deputy chairs. Yeah, I know this one, he just likes taking chances. Honorable Msezane.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I'll only have a few questions because others would really be just a waste of time and energy to ask, especially with the absence of the minister. Perhaps my first straightforward question would be to the DG representing the department here. DG, legislatively, how often does the department meet with the entity according to policy?
You can answer, DG. We have a mic there, DG. So press the mic so that when it's read, yeah, you can answer the question.
Meetings between entities and, in fact, the legislation separate the role of the department and the role of the minister. It's not the same. It is not clear and specific about how often, but it is clear about the reporting sessions. That's 4 times in its quarterly reports. This happens. So, if meetings would be implied in the quarterly reporting, I would then say 4 times a year is a prescription of the meetings. But the department has monthly meetings with the fora that represent entities. For example, there's a fora for chairpersons of entities which meet monthly. There's a fora for CEOs that meet quarterly as well.
No, thanks, DG. No, the reason why I'm asking, DG, is because I want to find out from you on record if that was the case during this massive looting, maladministration, collapse of governance, and financial management failure in the entity. Was this the case during this particular period of 2018-2019, as it relates to what you've just stated on record in terms of reporting, in terms of meetings with the department and the minister? It was the case. No, thank you very much.
Just say it, open the mic and say it for the record there. I know you have said absolutely, but we're
That's
recording.
correct, Chair.
It's correct. So can you take the committee through to say, when this was happening, this maladministration, massive looting, financial mismanagement, and all of this that was reported here is contained in the report, including the center there that was very generous in terms of how he or she was spending the monies there, giving bonuses like nobody's business. Could you perhaps take us through to say what was the department's and the minister's role? Because obviously you were having meetings, monthly meetings, you have stated you were getting quarterly reports. So all of this was happening under the watch of the department and the minister. Could you maybe take us through how did this happen under your watch as the department and as the minister in her absentia?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will take it high level and my team will add where it is necessary. First and foremost, the CETA was placed under administration on February 2020, and I did indicate this in my opening remarks. And I also suggested that initially the placement of the CETA under administration, I would assume, Honorable Chair, that placing a CETA under administration would have followed processes. That would mean some preliminary investigation and so on, which themselves indicate interventions by the department that would have culminated into placing a CETA under administration. So very clearly, the role of the department is well documented and very clear in this regard. And initially, this was going to be 12 months, but this was extended as well to February 2022. And I think it's important that the date here is also stated. It was during such a period that the Duja Forensic Investigation was conducted. This report, which addressed resolutions that would have emanated from the portfolio committee of that time, especially regarding the issues of pension funds and medical aid. In the records of the portfolio committee, you will also find the records in which we made ourselves accountable regarding the progress in this regard, in this committee as well. So it's not something that went quiet. It was always the build-up, there was always reporting, and the system was always aware that this was happening. Now, in short, I wish to make the following additions to my opening statement. By the end of 2014, when the CETA came out of administration, at that time, the CEO, a particular Sonia, up to somewhere, who had started in June 2028, then resigned. And the matter then became a legal issue, because then issues of the report that pertained to her was then subjected to a court process, which then started with the CCMA and the issues around the dismissal being debated in that issue. So those interruptions are also recorded and they are reported. Between 2017 and 18, also, whilst this was happening, allegations or counter allegations were also happening, which themselves were investigated, that came from the labor side now, which, because labor was quite strong, because the issue of medical aid was essentially a labor matter, because it was about, what portion of the state needed to be paid by the employer and what portion needed to be paid by the employees. So they were toing and froing of these issues whilst the investigation was happening. Somewhere in the same year, an agreement or a decision was taken by this board of CETA without the minister to take a decision of 100% contribution to pension fund and medical aid. I think, Chair, somehow you will indicate if I've exceeded what you wanted to know.
In fact, DG, I'm tempted to stop you because I think you are taking it way, way, way far. Now, my question was, DG, as the portfolio committee, if there's an entity that we call before the committee through the chairperson of the committee, and I'll make a typical example. Amongst institutions that we call before the committee, others will choose to defy the committee and act as they please. Then the committee will take it further to the legal aspect as the powers and privileges of Parliament allows for the committee. Now, we do this in the process where we see that something is going wrong in the process. You would have had meetings and reports from the entity, but you waited for 2 financial years, or for the financial year of 2018-2019 to collapse or to finish before you put the entity under administration. Now, my question is, in that process where you would get reports and see that there's something wrong, what were you doing about it as the department? Actually, that was my question around this matter.
The minister made it clear at the time what the department's role needed to be and that was to select a legal team within the department that worked with the team at the CETA to develop an implementation plan for the report. But whilst this was happening, the report was also challenged by the very same CETA, which I think it's important that I indicate that in November 2022, the board of CETA instructed a legal firm to conduct a review of all the forensic report. Now this, because now it was a legal issue, it therefore was not a subject of your normal meetings of officials discussing about operations. It could not be interacted with up until the investigation is finished. And obviously you will understand that once the investigation was completed, the report was handed to the minister, and up to this point, that report had not been released. And that's a prerogative of the minister who could answer why this was the case. And the minister, I would imagine, would have handed that report in the handover report to the newly appointed Minister of Education, who now may take a decision about how do we move forward with this. But the report, the role of the department was very limited in that its role was simple to support the CETA legally, up until the report is released to the Director General, who then can take a decision about its implementation. But I was satisfied that the development of the implementation plan, that was an instruction from our department that we do, this was done, which therefore means once the report is released, we will have to monitor that implementation.
Hold on just 1 second. So DG, you're saying to us, the board at the CETA that was appointed on the 1st of April 2020 took this forensic report that was done in 2021, they took it for a review.
Yeah.
This same board. The same board that their term just ended yesterday, the 31st of November.
I will have to check the transitions between one board to another, because in between there was an administration.
Yes.
To exactly which board, but to me it's the board. Whether it's the one that is now, whose term is finished, and I would argue that currently I think that is the case. And that legal team, the Doka Machaba Yisa Incorporation, was appointed, and that report and the recommendations of that was then tabled in 2023, in January 2023. So there has been a lot that has been happening in terms of, the legal processes around this report, which was an internal processes of the board that was in place at the time.
Yeah, so let's do this. So you will, in writing, we don't want to summon those answers. Now we're agreeing in the meeting. No? Okay, we're agreeing now. You will give those, one, the forensic reports that were taken for a review. The case number of that review, because the review, my understanding, would take it to a court and say we don't want, because we're saying they took a whole number of forensic reports for a review. You'll name them, and then you will interact with the gentleman next to you, the chair, and say, Chair, go ask the board secretary to give us the minutes of either the board or the administration that took a decision to challenge specifically this report. You can give us others, but our interest is on this report, because the question was your role and the minister's role in delaying the release of this one. And you are saying as part of your response is that it was challenged. There was a legal process, and
Yeah.
then it was released and all of that, no problem. So you'll give us all documentation pertaining to why it was not released. Thank you. Honorable Sazan.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm about to land, but I just wanted to emphasize on that point, Chair, that the presentation is clear that the board in 2022, so that would have been the board after the administration. Even though it doesn't make sense to me how a new board would challenge the outcomes or the recommendations of an administrator that was there to clean up the mess, to challenge them for them not to become implemented. So it doesn't really make sense. But Chair, I would want to also add that the DG, since he distances himself from this process, I'd want the committee to either summon the former minister who's accountable to this process if the current minister cannot answer on this, because we'd want to really understand why isn't the report published and then further implemented accordingly. But as I learned, Chair, the presentation speaks about the former CFO, that the CFO was charged, terminated, and all of that during the time of the administrator. And there was a mutual separation at the CEMA. And it speaks about the SCM specialist as well and what would have transpired in the process during the administrator's time. But it says nothing about the CEO. And I hear the DG says that the CEO resigned, but then the DG also speaks about a process of termination in the same sentence, which I got lost in the process there. So I will also be very interested, Chair, to say, if we don't know these people behind this presentation, what assurance can we be given from the department to say that these people definitely will not be participating in the new boards of CETAs, because these people are not fit for purpose and definitely belong somewhere in the space of the justice system. Thank you very much. I'll lend the Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, DG, if you, okay.
Chair, thank you for that question. I think I'm really looking forward to the time when we fully account on the appointment of the new boards. Because I believe, and I said that in the previous time I had a chance, that I was really fully confident of the processes that were involved in the appointment of the boards. And I even at that time indicated extraordinary measures that were taken. And one of them, for the first time, we said we are not going to appoint these boards without a kind of a scientific method in dealing so that allows us to dig deep into the performance of the current boards. And we, despite the fact that the time frames were very tight, we managed to get the National Skills Authority to appoint a service provider to help it to actually investigate and present a report, which I would be very happy to table before this committee, an NSA report, which indicated very specifically and cleanly what the performance of individual board members are. I also wish to indicate that one of the reasons for the delay in the appointment of the current boards has been the processes, of verification that needed to happen and vetting of those who then would emerge as recommended. So we will be happy to provide that chair, and table it before this committee, so that you can see that we have taken this period, this process. I don't want to talk about gazetting. From the time of gazetting, there was a time when, because we introduced new measures and new qualification measures for board members to say, the qualifications of those we appoint should be at this particular level. all of this is the first. It never happened that we go to this extent when appointing boards. And I think up to now, when I'm already aware that we have tabled before the appointment of board members, we've tabled before the National Skills Authority in terms of the law for them to interrogate that list. It to me means something that we haven't had, done before, but also compliance being assured in terms of what the law says the processes must be.
Well, thank you very much, DG.
Yeah.
So your time has expired, unfortunately. Thank you very much, DG. Please close the mic. We will hold you accountable to that. We'll want that report that the NSA did of the performance of these individual board members of all 21 sitters. I've got an interest somewhere. Honorable Maseko. What's up?
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to find out, maybe continuing from Honorable Msizan, on the issue of the law firm that was involved in looking at the report. Has the department ever seen that report? What is it that they compiled?
I'm sure our legal chair, through you.
You don't have a legal team. If you want to report, you are starting.
Chair, officially we have not seen it, but I know that my team have seen it, especially the legal team, because it was tabled to the board in July 2023, and it was approved. The reviewed report was tabled and approved by the full board of construction CETA in July 2023, and we can provide the record of that.
Okay, maybe just to understand, so there is a forensic report that gets to be compiled. The department put the CETA in administration with the board that is there. That's the whole mess is happening. The same board is the one that asked the law firm that has to look at the report that includes them on the mismanagement of the CETA. And after they hire the law firm to look at the report, and after they are the same ones that have to approve. That means it was the same board throughout all this that I've said.
A part of the acceptance of the report by the DG when I received the report would be to look into all of that and to interrogate the integrity of the report, because the integrity of the report will have to be determined by all of those issues. For example, vested interests that could be embedded in this, because what's important to me now is the board before the administration, its role, and the administration, and the board after the administration, what was its role in the report and the evolution of these processes up to the end. And I would imagine that, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of the former minister in this regard, but these are the issues that he would be looking into, and we will understand that when we get the report itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Just another question. For the department, I'm taking advantage of you were there, DG, when the CETA get to be put on administration. What did the department, as you were doing the report, what is it that you identified for you as a department, you can say that you're going to put CETA under administration? What were the loopholes? Maybe if you can share with us the list that you identified.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Thanks, DG. Honorable members, the sequence of events, if one can speak to, as DG has already indicated to some of the areas. Issues are being brought to the minister. All the issues that have been presented here as some of them as allegations, to say these are the issues. And then the minister then makes a determination in terms of a section. There are two important sections in the Skills Development Act. There is section 14A, and then there is section 15. Section 14, when the minister receives allegations, whether it's financial mismanagement, as in this instance, then the minister would, as required by the Act, write to the CETA to say, the CETA, these are the issues relating to the pension and so on, writing to the board that was there at the time. And then said, now comment on all these things, and you please present a turnaround plan as to how you'll be addressing these matters. Then the board, then led by the former chairperson, makes a presentation to the minister to say these issues, this is how we are dealing with them. And the minister is not happy, and then placing the CETA under administration.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just wanted the response for you to, not the process of how it came about. I appreciate that. You empowered us for now. But if you can just respond what you identified, I will appreciate that, or what you know was identified. And now, in your response now, you spoke about the allegations that went to the minister. Now, I'm taking that there is the monitoring and there was reporting that was happening to the department, that you would have seen the financial report that the salaries have doubled in millions. Now, if that is the case, it's not an allegation because you see it in the report, if that was happening. So just answer me what you identified.
Well, firstly, I must say, DG was not there at the time when we placed the CETA under administration. So was the former DG, because the Act requires that the DG, the DG must then place the CETA under administration in terms of the Section 15 of the Skills Development Act. The allegations, as confirmed by the report presented to us, were brought to the attention of the minister. Some relating to issues of pensions, whereby it was 100%. Ordinarily, the pension, we know the employer will contribute so much, and then the employer will contribute so much. Then the decision is taken by the CETA to say, we will contribute 100% of the pension to all employees. Those are some of the allegations that were placed then before the minister, then leading to the placing of the CETA under administration, and then the administrator.
I'm sorry, I just want to twist for you to give me the confirmation. Moving from allegation to the reality of the report, you were there. The report was saying that, or was not saying that? The report was tweaked as you were receiving it, the department, until the allegation came in. I just want to get the clarity between the two. Do you get where I'm coming from? Were you getting the real report, or it was tweaked that you were surprised when the Duja report came, that you found out that they were not giving you the right report? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, I get the point. I get the point, Honorable Maseko. The reports that we are getting on a quarterly basis, as DG was saying, because that is in terms of the PFMA, then the CETA must report on a quarterly basis. In addition to that, we have a service level agreement that we sign between the DG and the CETA. And then obviously we'll enlist issues that will be monitoring during the duration of the service level agreement. Obviously, when the CETA reports to us, they will not indicate to us those areas that were brought to our attention, which were the allegations. For example, they won't report to us to say we've increased now the pension benefits is 100%. They won't report those things to us. But then they came to us as allegations, and then hence then the minister under those circumstances, put it back to the board to say, please, you answer on these allegations. Obviously, the minister is not happy, is appointing the administrator, and the minister is requesting the administrator to conduct then forensic investigation.
Still, I'm
Had-
not
hence
answered.
Okay.
So, again, you empowered us about reporting system. How do you go about? At the end, whether the financial report that you receive maybe once per annum or twice per annum, did it indicate that doubled amount, or it was the surprise when the Daju report came?
Yes, Board Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. There are two things that I would want to clarify. I think here an impression has been created that the board that precedes our appointment had actually opposed the institution of these investigations.
Okay. With due respect, I've got 15 minutes. I don't want to address your concern of the impression. I just want the answer now. I think you are going to get the last word when we are done. You can come with the concern of the impression. We just asked the questions from the presentation that we received. And then from there, if there's any concern that you do have. Now, if I gave that impression of that, no, I did not give the impression. I was asking the question about what I saw on the presentation. So I'm stingy with my time of the questions. I'm sorry. Maybe you will ask the chairperson to give you some few minutes when we are done for you to address that issue. Unless if you wanted to answer my question, directly answer the question. I will appreciate that.
Thank you. Zamo?
Thank you, Chairperson. If I understood the question, is that what were the specific areas that had been identified that led to? So as the procedure that was explained, so the matter comes to the NSA then goes into preliminary investigation. So what we found, there were issues of allegation in supply chain, and that related to a number of issues, including fabrication of purchase orders, functionality criteria that allowed scorers at discretion, which opens a window of manipulation of the system, price negotiations that took place after the appointment of the service provider, resulting in variations to the project amounts, which accommodated service providers that quoted above the budget, bids that had repeatedly been cancelled and re-advertised due to service providers not meeting functionality requirements. Then there were recommendations that were made that the minister issue an instruction to the construction CETA to appoint a forensic auditor. And this is that forensic audit, that report that is being tabled, which was adopted. There was also recommendations to do lifestyle audit of some individuals that were involved, including the CFO at the time. There were allegations of the failure by the accounting authority to promote good governance. This related to the chairperson who was delegated to approve tenders above R1 million. After the tender is recommended by the bid adjudication and the CEO, the accounting authority had failed to rectify this practice even after being advised by the NSA. The accounting authority failed to inform the CEO of his appointment. The recommendation by the NSA was for the CETA to rectify this process and withdraw the delegations that were inappropriately given. The CETA was also recommended to proceed with the appointment of the CEO at the time, with the effect from the date of appointment as letter signed by the minister back then. There were also allegations that the accounting authority members were alleged to be receiving financial benefits for doing business with the CETA. Although the NSA could not find evidence to verify that, but that is why then the NSA recommended that the minister implements a forensic investigation to include investigation into the veracity of the matters. So that has transpired to the report that is being tabled. And since then, of course, the scope was broadened to cover some of the areas that have been indicated here, because it was, there were these issues that were tabled that came through various complaints.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that. Now, I just want to find out, in the officials that were involved, the executive and any other person that was involved in this corruption that was happening, was there a time that there was a financial quantifying of the because I'm asking this question because there's handshakes of people that resign. One has gone to the service sector, and others, the CCMA, you are still in the case, but there's a lot of money that the sector lost. Did you attach the damage to all this that was happening for you to be able to try to see if you can recover the monies from those individuals when you implement consequence management?
Thank you. Indeed, that assessment was done, like I was indicating, under discretionary grants projects. That when the report is released, we'll have a duty to disclose irregular expenditures not less than 700 million. Also, with regard to the officials themselves, you will note that the framework for assessing irregular expenditure, fruitless expenditures, does guide how you go about it. There may be irregular expenditure where there was no financial loss per se, it's just that the process was flawed. And in that regard, we have such certain awards that were set aside by the courts. However, the services were rendered in terms of what was proposed at the tender stage and in terms of the contract, meaning there was no financial loss. The ones that we referred to where there was financial loss, like in the issues of VETS enterprise, unfortunately, at this stage, we're at a stage where we've assessed, the lawyers have taken that matter to courts so that the monies can be recovered, because on record currently, the record shows that the money went to that entity being approved by a certain official, but there's no record that says the money went to the official's bank account at this stage. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Kuzwayo, there's a report that you are reading from when you're answering Mama Seko. What report is that?
Chair, it's a report that we compiled and tabled. It's a preliminary report that the NSA compiled for the minister following the referral of the matter to the NSA to investigate.
When was it referred?
It was tabled here in the previous portfolio committee, I think in 2020.
So why is it still the preliminary report? Why have you not submitted to the minister?
No, it was submitted to the minister. That gave rise to the forensic that was undertaken, the outcome of which is being tabled.
Okay, DG, and I'll just note that we'll also write to the minister to give us this report for the benefit of members. Thank you. Honorable Zondo.
No, thanks, Chair. I think one will not take this 15 minutes because most of the question will be similar to members, because the issue now is no longer about what happened, but it's about what step has been taken after that. So I think DG, on his response to Msezana, I catch something that says we need to, on this matter, we need to get minister, the current one, And again, we need to get the previous minister because those are people who will give us answers in terms of why this report is not published. Then thereafter, it will follow. Because the issue of consequence management, I'm not sure if it's because the level of education limits me to understand why the name of employees, not even titles, because if you listed employee one, what are we going to say? Who's employee one? If you, as the committee, when you say employee one, then who's that? What he has done, employee one? Where is the reference? In fact, maybe there is an annexure that will say when you are referring to employee one, you are referring so and so. Then so that we'll understand that employee one has done this and that and that. So when you're saying suspension was uplifted, we'll satisfy ourselves to say, is it correct to, it was correctly uplifted, or it was the continuance of corruption and maladministration. So I think in this report, we need to understand that one, because the key role players of this corruption and maladministration, some of them, based on that list of employee one whatsoever, so they are telling me that some of these employees are still in the system because some, they were suspended and the suspension afterwards was uplifted. And then if we don't know who are these people, and that means what were they doing, it will resurface again. You know, and I think, Chair, because I said that I will not take that, because even the answer to say that she's saying that he's not sure, you said that she must respond to us to say who took a matter to court again. Which board? Is the previous board or administration or that board? You know, because I think I will get my answers from my question, because we want to get to the gist of the matter to say who did what. And we will come to a point to say, after that, now it's your term. I know that we even had to call this report. It's not that it's only chairperson that can be rescued in this matter to say, I just come on Friday. So there's nothing I have to hide on this report. But the minister, the current one, have to tell us why not, because now I think it's 12 months now in the office for us as members of parliament, or 11 months or so. So with this report in the office, and the previous minister would also have to give us why. We understand that there are a lot of court back and forth that were happening, but we're not convinced. And the name of the board members, from previous board members, board and that one, we need those names. We need to know about it, because now we are going to have a meeting with the minister, and they will give us the name of our board chairperson. What if one of the board members appears? Because there is no case against them that was opened, unless you say that there are cases. But we would say because the report was not finalized, who opened the case? You know. So what we are going to account to say that there's someone who did this corruption up to this far, but again, 2 years, 3 years down the line, he reappeared on another sector. There's someone who's been employed in the service sector in your report. So what we are going to say about that? Are we responsible? Are we holding you accountable? So you don't have to hide information for us. Give us everything Because if you do that, you mean we must suspect that you are also part of the problem. Because in South Africa, we've learned that all the sectors and departments, you find that the cycle of corruption involve all the players in the department. If you touch one, the pain felt the other one on that side. You don't understand what is happening, why I'm touching this one, and someone out there is shaking, because the cycle. So we'll end up suspecting that you are part of the problem if you are not giving us the information. So, Mr. Chair, I think the questions that were asked by colleagues, these are also comrades, yeah.
Oh, by comrades.
Yeah. I think mostly the question that I have and the response that I got, I think I still feel like after what you have said, those responses will give us the answers that we need. But beside, we'll play the cat and a mouse game in this room, saying that it was not done on my time, this is not done, but this was that, this was that, but the answers are there. But you need to give us in writing, and we'll have to meet the ministers with all the information that is on your disposal so that you'll be able to do our oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just clarity. The reason why the presentation of the CETA does not have names, it's what I said earlier, that the department and the ministry received this report and sat on it. Legally, they've not contacted the people who are supposed to be named there. Yeah, so the department is creating all this mess for us because they should have given those people a right to reply, whether they want to take it for a review or not. And they've not done so because they've not made it public. So the problem there is the department and the ministry on this one. Because if they were to make it public now, and those people see their names for the first time on a newspaper here, on this thing, they'll take them to court and win. So that is why it's employee 1, employee 2 there. That's the only reason. And it's the problem is the department and the ministry. So I thought I must just clarify. If you look at, so it means somebody from a legal team somewhere in the department, or they ask somebody, I don't know, because I still believe they don't have a legal team in the department. They've asked somebody, because if you look at the presentation they gave us on a Friday, it does have names. This one is they've updated it to remove the names. So somebody somewhere, maybe they looked for a legal opinion elsewhere, and that legal opinion advised them to say, remove the names. But their own team, legally, internally, did not pick that up. Honorable leave information. Honorable Lonzi. No. You will give it to Honorable, Honorable Ngubani next to you has not. Yeah, you'll give Honorable Lonzi. No. You see, he wants to be a deputy chair now. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm going to direct my questions at the department and the DG because we still have many questions about the appointment of the boards of the CETAs.
Maybe. Let me just. We have agreed. A member spoke about it. You were delayed in traffic. Just that you had forgotten to send us an apology. So what we had agreed there is that we will talk to that with the ministry and the department on a separate. I've written to her. I've indicated today that in this meeting we've sent a letter already, asking her when will she be ready to come and present to us. We've clarified that part at the beginning because That is what we have seen so far. It's a leaked, unverified list of people who are said to be chairpersons. And then we did indicate that, surprisingly, one of those people there is here in the meeting, and we did see the letter. So we know that at least we've got one that we know. And we have accepted because the CEO indicated he did receive the letter, and we have accepted. So we will have a session with on that part of the ministry interacting with us on not only the chairpersons but the whole CETA boards. So we have written to her about that.
No, I thank your proactiveness, Chair, but I am going to use my 15 minutes to engage with the department on this point so that I can have a second bite when the minister comes. DG, have you made appointments of board chairpersons of CETAs?
Yeah, Honorable Lonzi, we also addressed that part. That
No, Chair. I think, Chair,
no, hold on, legally.
it's going to be a problem, Chair, if you are not going to allow me to use my 15 minutes in the manner that I want to use it, Chair.
No,
I
but
hope you
also-
have paused my time.
No, I have, but
Yeah.
we also have a legislative prerogative to assist one another. The DG will not know. So if you ask him a
But
question.
you are answering for him,
hold on.
Chair.
No, on a legislative. I'm
But
telling
he
you.
is here. You
No,
can't
but-
say the DG will not know. He must say to me, I don't know.
No problem.
And then I move.
Honorable
Now you are
Lonzi,
becoming his lawyer.
No, Honorable Lonzi. The DG does not appoint. Members
Chairperson, I'm not asking you. I'm
No,
asking
Mama,
the DG.
Honorable Lonzi.
But you can't, I don't
Honorable
understand,
Lonzi.
Chair.
No,
I'm
Mama.
asking the DG,
Yeah, but
have
Mama,
you made board appointments
He
of
can't
sitters?
make it, and I'm trying to assist
But he
you.
can answer for himself. He's here. Why are you
No,
protecting
we
him?
have members wanted to ask that at the
Chairperson,
beginning.
why are you protecting him? He's here. He
No,
can
I'm not
speak.
protecting him.
He understands English.
No,
He
Honorable
can simply
Lonzi.
say no.
Honorable Lonzi, you see, we're not going to do that. Because it's like you want the DG to answer something that is he's
Why
not
are you talking
legislated.
on behalf of
He's
the
not
DG?
legislated.
Why is he not saying
No,
I'm
you
not
are
legislated?
You are using the committee's time to ask.
No, I'm using Parliament's time as a member of Parliament.
No, Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, I am going to ask the DG this
No,
question.
Honorable Lonzi. You
The
see,
DG must
I'm
be the
going to-
one
no,
that
I'm going to
says.
ask you,
The
you see
DG
now,
must be the one that
you are
says.
forcing me
I
to-
can't
to
answer that
enforce-
question.
You are forcing
No,
me to
if there must
enforce-
be force, there must be force, because I don't understand why you are protecting the DG.
No, I'm not.
The DG can answer for himself. He's here. If I was asking maybe the minister, then your intervention was going to make sense to say, Honorable Lonzi, the minister is not here, therefore you can't direct questions to the minister. But the DG is right here.
No.
The DG can say, Honorable Lonzi, I don't have the answers to that.
No, but-
And then I move on to the next question.
No.
But why do you want to protect him? He's here. He can put on his microphone.
No problem.
I'm asking him a question.
Listen.
DG,
Listen.
as the DG of higher education, have you made board appointments to sitters? He can just say no. I move on to my next question.
Yeah.
Or he can say yes. But now you're becoming his lawyer.
No, I'm telling you, at the beginning of the meeting, members addressed that issue. And we have agreed on how we are going to proceed with it. So you can't come after. We have agreed here and want to change that. That's the point.
No, you're not my caucus, Chairperson.
No, it's not a caucus.
I'm
it's
an
the decision of this-
individual member
No, you
of
see, I'm-
Parliament.
I'm now going to.
I've got
ask you
15
to-
minutes.
No.
I've got 15
You see,
minutes.
well,
I can
this is-
use my
this is
15
still
minutes the
Parliament.
way.
No, you're not going to do that.
No, I'm
It's
not.
like
I'm not
asking-
going to. Why are you protecting the DG?
No, it's like asking Anela, why did you write the letter? You can't because Anela
Why
can't.
is the DG
It's
not
me who
speaking for
writes the
himself?
letter. No, listen.
Why are you speaking for the DG?
You see, Honorable Lonzi, my man, you are asking, it's like asking Honorable Ngubane, why did you write the letter? He can't, it's the chairperson of the committee.
But if
You are
Honorable
asking the
Ngubane
wrong
is here, he
person.
must answer for himself.
No, you are asking the wrong person.
Why-
We have agreed on it here in this
No, I'm not your
committee.
caucus.
It
I'm
was
a
not a
member.
caucus.
I'm an independent member of Parliament.
Yeah.
If you, as the chairperson, have agreed you are going to allocate me 15 minutes as a member of Parliament, I am going to utilize my 15 minutes the way I want to utilize them. I'm not disrespecting anyone. I'm asking the DG a simple question, which the DG is more than capable of responding to. But you are jumping to say, no, the DG can't answer that question. But the DG is here. He can tell me, DG, have you made board appointments of CETAs? He can say no, I move on to the next question. He can say yes, I move on to the next question. But you can't say you can't ask the DG that. If I want to, I can say, DG, why are you wearing a purple tie today? I mean, I can ask him anything that I want to ask him. As long as I'm not contravening parliamentary rules, I'm not disrespecting him, I'm not doing anything wrong. DG, why are you carrying a brown bag? I can ask him anything.
Honorable,
it's my 15 minutes.
Honorable.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we Honorable Lonzi is need to be assisted on this matter to say. The one who does the appointment is the minister. And we have agreed as the whole committee, because now I started on that question when I get here. I raised my hand and I said, DG must give us information, because he has the information at his disposal. But because it is the powers and prerogative of the minister to appoint board of sitters, and we leave it like that to say that we'll have the meeting with the minister, and the minister will give us information, and we'll ask questions based on what she will give us. Then we had move on that note. It's just that, Chair, I think the DG called for this question again, because on his response, he cited the process
exactly
of appointing the board members and what they've done. Because you saw me raising my hand after I've spoken, because I saw that and said that the DG now is throwing the water on his way, because saying that he's telling us that he was part of the process of appointing the board members. But we have agreed, and let's have what we have agreed on, because as the committee, if we're dealing with the matter, we have to make sure that we reach the consensus so that we'll move on and have a smooth meeting going forward.
I've got 15 minutes, and I'm going to utilize the chair the way I want to utilize it.
No problem. But I'm
Thanks.
chairing.
Please
No,
allocate me my
no,
15 minutes,
no,
and
listen.
don't want to tell me what I must ask and what I must not
Honorable
ask.
Lonzi, you said you are a member of parliament. We are in parliament here.
Yes.
A member has called a point of order, and I've given him. You are now speaking. What is
All
the
right,
rule
no
saying?
problem,
You must
Chair.
allow us.
No, I will allow you.
Yeah,
Please
the
allow
member
me
is
as well.
correctly telling you that the person who appoints is the minister. We have agreed on it. These members had plenty of questions on that day. And we said they must not ask it, we will ask it to the minister, to the person who appoints. The DG, I saw you, the DG was giving a process that they would have followed as the department in helping the minister to get to the decision, but they don't appoint. So they will say, Minister, we have vetted 50 people, here are the names of those who had applied. So that does not contravene the fact that they still don't appoint. It's the minister who must respond to that part of the issues. And these members, they wanted to raise those issues. We have agreed. They raised 1, 2, 3, about 4 of them raised this thing that we want to do these things, and we have agreed that as this committee today, we are going to write to the minister, and we have done so. And therefore, asking a wrong person a question about something that does not fall within their purview will not assist any of us. In fact, you are now forcing us to even suggest that it's some sort of populist behavior that we want to do, especially when this team has agreed today that we're not going to do it. So please, continue to ask on the Duja or any other question, except I have a responsibility to protect both yourselves and those who appear before you when you ask them questions that are not related to their scope of work.
No,
it's
not true.
No, wait, no, it's my job.
It's not true.
My responsibility.
You can't tell me the board appointments of CETAs is not in the scope of the DG.
I'm going to ask you to leave our meeting.
No.
No,
If you want to protect, if you are here, Chair,
you are pushing me
to protect the corruption of CETAs, The DG must tell us.
Yeah, please leave
We
our
must keep
meeting.
quiet as South
No
Africans
problem.
when you've
No
got a
problem.
minister
Yeah, what's
that
the
has
point?
appointed
Yeah.
the son
Yeah,
of
that's
Gwede Mantashe in the board, and we must not ask him. You must come and be a
No,
bodyguard
no,
of the
it's the
DG.
minister.
No, I'm asking the department. He's the DG.
No, yes, a point of order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, you cannot be subjected to
Yeah.
this cat and mouse chase. I would plead with you as the chairperson of this committee to maintain the decorum of this meeting, but also respect the resolutions that we have came to as a committee. If needs arise, then we should not be part of this meeting. If we are going to sit in a meeting, resolve on certain issues, other members arrive late, they would want us to deviate from it. And it's not that we are afraid to engage on the issues of boards. It's not that we are afraid. And it's not that we are also happy with how the boards were handled. But we have agreed that there will be a session where the minister will have to come and take responsibility of her actions. That's how we have resolved on the matter. And I'll plead with you, Chairperson, to maintain that resolution that we have came to a conclusion on. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Honorable Lonzi, I'm going to give you the last chance to ask questions that are not related, that are related to people who can answer it. And if you can't, and you want to continue to do it, I'm going to ask you nicely to please leave our meeting because you are not, you
No,
don't want to.
we'll take it
I'm
up
still
with
speaking.
Parliament.
No problem,
Yeah.
but I'm still speaking. You are continuing.
No
again.
problem. You also just interrupt me when I speak, Chair. But you can finish so that I can have my 15 minutes.
No, I'm done.
DG, are you aware of the appointments of boards in the CETAs?
The DG will not answer that question.
I'm not asking him if he has appointed them. I'm asking him, is he aware? He's the DG of higher education. You said you said he doesn't appoint, no problem. I'm not asking him if he has appointed. I'm saying, are you aware, as the Director General of Higher Education, of appointments of board chairpersons of CETAs?
Yeah, DG won't answer that question. Two members have already told you that we have resolved there. We're going to deal with the issues. They've told you no one is afraid of engaging there. So we're going to get to that part. Are you going to ask related questions to this thing or not?
DG, are you aware that the son of Gwede Mantashe has been appointed as one of the chairpersons of the CETA boards?
Yeah, Honorable Cezanne.
Chairperson, could you please assist the committee, because now we're going to lose confidence in you as the chairperson of this session or this committee. Now the meeting is degenerating, you know, and some of us would rather be doing other work of Parliament and other work of the organization that deployed us here. Could you please ensure that you take the House back to order? We're really degenerating and we do not want to see this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportune moment.
No, I've not finished my 15 minutes, Chair. You are going to have to kick me out here. I'm going to utilize my 15 minutes. Yeah. When other members are using their 15 minutes, I keep quiet. Don't disrupt anyone. People were asking questions here to these people. You even come in and say, no, but that's something for the legal. But you don't stop them from asking the question. You are shielding these people. Why? Yeah. Why can't the DG say it himself? Why must you be the lawyer of the DG? Why must you be the spokesperson of the department?
Yeah,
I've got 15 minutes.
I've asked you to leave
I've got 15 minutes.
No, I've asked you to leave our meeting.
DG,
and
are you aware that the son of Gwede Mantashe has been appointed as one of the chairs of the CETA boards?
I am going to ask security to escort you out.
DG.
Because you are now disrupting our meetings.
DG.
Order, Chair.
No, it's fine. I've asked
DG.
I'm waiting for security to come.
We're not going to come here to protect the department. These are skills authorities. We're sitting with almost half of the population of young people in South Africa, they are unemployed. At least 2.5 million of those people
Chairperson,
are
order.
NEET.
You know, we cannot
They are
sit in
not
this
in
meeting
education.
and
They are
allow
not
certain
in
members to
training.
behave in this
And then
manner.
we've got
It's not
sitters
as if we don't
that
have
must
issues.
put their family members,
we are not
that
here
must
for
put
such
their
games.
friends,
It's
that
either
must
going
put
to reign
ANC
supreme on
members
this
to
honorable
loot
member,
higher
or
education.
we are left with
And
no
then we are
choice.
told here that we
Cannot
can't
be.
ask those questions.
We're not here for
We're
people
not
to
here to come and
come
be
and
bodyguards of
can
the
stand for
department.
on
We're
issues
not
that
here
do
to
not
speak
hold
on
water.
behalf of the department.
cannot be
We are here
accepted.
to speak for the youth. We are here to speak for the students in South Africa. They
cannot
must
allow an honorable member
know
to
what
reduce
is
this meeting
happening
into
in
a
the
circus.
sitters.
We must
What is
refuse.
happening in the
We must
board.
refuse
We're not
to
going
allow
to
this
allow
honorable
it.
member to
We're not
reduce this
here
meeting
to protect
into
the
a circus.
department. We're not here to protect the department.
We can't be given problems
I've
by
got
an
15
individual.
minutes.
We've
I
been
must
here
be
on time.
allowed
An
to
individual
utilize my 15
who comes
minutes.
late to a meeting,
I must be allowed to
a meeting
utilize my 15
and dictate
minutes.
the terms of operations. We can never allow that thing. We're also members of this parliament.
I will never
We're
come
also
here to
independent
protect the
members of-
department.
We're not depending
We
on the
must come
department.
here and
But
ask
this honorable
questions,
member
and then
is
these
out of
people don't
order.
even
He's
respond to the
engaging on
questions.
something that is not
Never.
even on part of the agenda.
Won't happen.
Why must we continue entertaining him?
Won't happen.
We're not here for people who are going to come
Won't
and
happen.
trade for likes on Facebook.
It's not going to
we'll
happen.
never accept that behavior and
It's not
attitude.
going to happen.
It's not as if we cannot degenerate to this level.
It's not going to happen.
We can degenerate to this level. We are both young people.
not
We
going to
can take
happen.
each other head on, toe to toe,
No
pound to
problem.
pound. We've got that energy.
No
as
problem.
in.
You have your
But
15
us
minutes,
being
I have my
quiet
15
does not
minutes.
mean that we are
You have
afraid
your
of
15
him.
minutes, I have my 15 minutes.
This honorable member is wasting our
You have
time.
your 15 minutes, I have my 15
Parliamentary
minutes.
Protection Services, I've called for them for some time.
But we are saying to you, Chairperson, if you are afraid of this honorable member, some of us were not afraid of him. We are not afraid of him. He cannot come into this
No
meeting
problem.
and
I'm
reduce
not-
it into
no,
a
no,
circus.
no problem.
He comes late into the meeting. He wants to
No
dictate
problem.
terms of operations. He becomes rowdy.
You are not
We'll
going
never
to
accept that
protect the
behavior.
department for long.
He thinks that
You
he has
will
a
find
monopoly
me
of
here in
disruption.
parliament.
Well, let's meet
You
him
will
toe to
never
toe.
run.
We'll never
I am
accept
here.
this rowdy
I am
behavior.
going to keep asking these questions.
fine. We
I'm
are
going
more
to
than
keep
ready.
holding the department
But don't
accountable.
disrupt our
If
meetings.
you are sent here
Don't
by the
disrupt our
political
meetings.
parties to come and
Don't
defend
disrupt our
corruption,
meetings.
to come and defend
Don't have a
looting,
problem with
to
you
come
asking
and defend
questions.
the looting of
No, no, no,
CETAs,
no.
the
Who said
looting
you are
of
defending
THEAD,
looting?
the looting of
must not
NSFAS,
come here with
when so many
allegations that are
students in
unfounded.
South Africa don't have accommodation, they are
Fine.
not receiving their allowances, so many unemployed youth, and we must come here and defend you. Never. You will find me here. Every time you
don't
come
have
to
a problem.
Parliament,
We
you
don't
will
have a
find
problem.
Felons
We
here.
don't have a problem
I will
of you
ask
raising
you these
issues.
questions.
We don't
I
have a
will
problem.
never.
We've got a
I
problem
have
with you
my
disrupting
15
meetings.
minutes.
We've got a problem with you
Don't
disrupting
disrupt
meetings.
anyone when they are
Got a
speaking
problem
and they
with you
have their 15
behaving
minutes.
like a dictator.
You'll
We'll never
run.
allow you to do that
You'll
thing.
run.
You might have been
You
used to
will
that behavior,
find
but from
me
us,
here.
you are not going to get
You
it.
will find me
We are
here.
not your small boys that
You
are going to
will
run
find
around.
me
We are
here.
going to take you
You
head
will
on.
find
You
me
are
here.
disruptive.
You are going to find me here.
Come late into a
I'm not a
meeting,
bodyguard of the
disrupt the proceedings of the
department.
meeting.
I'm not a
You expect
bodyguard
us
of the
to keep quiet.
department.
You are mad.
I'm
You are
not
not
a
extended.
bodyguard.
You are not
If you are sent here by the ANC to come and defend the corruption of these people, it will never going to happen. I am not the bodyguard of the department. I'm not the bodyguard of the department. You are the one who is I will not be stopped from asking questions.
ANC volunteers.
Why must I be stopped from asking questions? Why must I be stopped from asking questions?
That thing will be discussed in the next meeting. Now you want to abuse us. You think that you are the only champion of the poor. You think that you are the only champion of the poor. Because you are now you can speak as you want. Now you must get out. You can't abuse us. We told you we don't have a solution.
Hello. Fine, fine.
We are tired. You've been talking to us here. We've been wasting our time. After you tell us about the ANC meeting procedure, we will discuss the matter when the minister is here.
You don't point a finger at me. 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 PPS, can you please escort this man out?
Don't point at us. Don't point at us.
Yeah, PPS, we're losing time here, PPS, please. Can you please do your job and remove the member from our meeting? Yeah, thank you very much, members. I'm sorry that we had to witness, the problem with people coming late in our meetings, and when we had agreed, and they want to, play to the gallery, wanting to claim that we are defending corruption, We have given Honorable Lonzi a lot of time to have explained what you colleagues resolved on at the beginning of the meeting. It's not our fault. He did not send an apology. It's not our fault that he had decided to arrive late. I think there's somebody who said in Parliament that I think there must be breathalyzers, so medicine check, members, because some of your behaviors, honestly, is not. You're not behaving like honorable members. I'm sorry you had to endure that. There was nothing. I don't have a system to switch off the mics here. I would have done so, but like the rules of Parliament allows, I explained to him and told him. 3 members called order to explain that we have agreed on this matter at the beginning of the meeting, and it's not my decision not to allow him to engage there. It's just that some people, I think this thing of having cameras is also bad. People who want to act on camera, for likes and all of that. So we are, let me see, colleagues, let's take a 4-minute break. We'll be back at 12:45. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4 members to speak. 5 members actually to speak. So we'll come back now at 12:45. Just grab yourselves a bottle of water, come down, and then when we start, We'll start with you, Honorable Khabo. Thanks. 4 minutes break. Angitholele uGhabo lapho, he's the one who's supposed to start. So I must give you this. Okay, let's come in. Honorable Souls. Yeah, let's start, colleagues. Like I said, I want to apologize for the incident that would have, the unfortunate incident that would have happened there. We're now going to continue. I'm going to give you Honorable van der Walt to start. You can continue. Yes.
Well, shall I start that sometimes you are blessed? I knew when to leave and when to come back. Chairperson, no, I really don't have questions because I left before the presentation started, but obviously we note that there will be an opportunity and the issue with the minister when the minister comes again. I just wanted to make a brief remark, and that is, you will recall in some other committees we served, even on cabinet days, if it was around here, some of our ministers did do a quick pop-in at the portfolio committees and then leave for cabinet. So it would be appreciated if we can also get into that habit, because surely sometimes we need the political aid of the department as well. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Souls, the two members who are supposed to be before you are not here. So let's continue.
No problem, Chairperson. Thank you so much. So I think I'll start with the CEO. And my first question to you, CEO, have you ever interfered with SCM processes? You will state it for the record, so.
I have not and I will never.
Can't hear, sorry.
I have not and I have never.
You've never interfered. Are you targeting whistleblowers in the name of consequence management?
No, I'm not.
CEO, I refer you to the slide on slide 41 in your presentation about the report. Slide 41, the sub-bullet point there says, Ms. Matsapola, appeal hearing outcome matter is under review at CCMA and Labour Court. What was the outcome of Ms. Matsapola's appeal hearing? Okay, because you know the presentation, I don't think it's necessary to go there, but you are aware of the appeal hearing, I'm sure. But it is on slide 41. I'm just thinking of time, Chair. What was the presentation before me has Ms. Matsapola appeal hearing outcome matter is under review at CCMA and Labour Court. And the question that I'm asking is what was the appeal hearing outcome?
As it is indicated, it's under review at Labour Court, so the matter is at the court. We can give
My
you
question
response in
is, what was the outcome of the appeal hearing that you are taking for review? That is not supposed to be private. You are taking a decision under review. I'm asking you, what was the decision that you are taking under review? The appeal hearing? What was the outcome?
Chair, I will ask to be assisted in such matters because we have experience where we appear in Parliament, we ask these kind of questions on specific matters that are ongoing under legal proceedings, and every response we get, afterwards we get letters from lawyers challenging such. At this stage, there is document that shows what was the outcome. We can supply that, but I'm afraid to respond to the matter that is contested.
Okay, I'll assist the CEO, Chairperson. I'll assist the CEO. The appeal outcome for that hearing, is it true that Ms. Matsapola was successfully in the appeal, and the outcome was that she should be reinstated in her position?
Chair, in the same context, the finding of guilty of that employee was retained. It changed the sanction. And management, within the responsibilities they have in law and what is provided in the Labor Relations Act, took that matter under review at the Labor Court.
Okay, just so that the public understands what you're saying, that within her rights, Ms. Matsapola appealed, and then the appeal was successful, and the CETA got an instruction to reinstate her based on that appeal. CEO, you then wrote a letter, is it true, to say that the CETA will not accept that decision on the 18th of December. Is that true?
Chair, in response, we didn't get an instruction or a ruling. We got an outcome with a recommendation.
All right, the outcome was that she should be reinstated. Did you then, based on the outcome, did you then write a letter on the 18th of December saying that you will not accept the outcome?
The letter said management has resolved to put the matter under review.
Meaning you don't accept it. You don't accept the outcome, you will review the outcome. Is that correct?
The EXCO resolution said management is going to take the matter under review
Because
at Labor Court.
why are you taking it under review, CEO?
Because management has a responsibility to ensure that whatever decisions we implement are sound and are supported with the true facts, and the outcome had certain matters that do not pass such a test.
So, in other words, you were not satisfied with the outcome, and therefore, you are taking it under review.
That's not a fact.
It's just what you said.
We are taking the matter on review because it's based on matters that are not factually true.
So you disagree with the outcome on the basis that it is not, some matters according to you are not factually true.
Indeed, we have an obligation
CEO.
to abide by the truth. And
A
then when
simple-
we know the information and the report is containing issues that are not factually correct, we have a
You
responsibility.
will help the process if you keep it concise by just saying indeed, like you just did now, because that's what we want to get to. In slide, one of the slides says that it says, the very slide that we're looking at, it says it's taken to CCMA. You didn't take it to CCMA, CEO. After your letter on the 18th of December, you are so committed to sound processes and you are disgruntled about some matters that wasn't dealt with. After the 18th, you didn't do anything. You did not take no steps for review. In March, Ms. Matsapola went to the CCMA. Is it true that until March, you did not do anything to take it under review to any court or through any process for review? Is that true?
It's not true.
Which processes did you take it to? Did you apply to the court between December and March?
We did put it under review. Our lawyers took it to the advocates until it got enrolled at the Labour Court. We reported to the board the progress at every board meeting, because that decision was also tabled. at
So
the
you
board
are
of
saying
the
they did not go to court between December and March?
We took the matter under review.
Where?
Before you get to court, you engage the legal, they go through all other information they need to take the matter to the
No, the
court.
internal processes has been finished. You were dissatisfied with it. Now you're taking it outside.
Which process was finished internally, sir?
The appeal. And I'm the one answering questions, asking questions. The question was, there was an appeal process, Mr. CEO. There was an appeal process. After the appeal process, which was internal, you received a closed out report, even from your initiating firm. The outcome was that she was successful and she must be reinstated. You are dissatisfied with that decision, you then had to take it under review outside of CETA, which is now to the Labour Court. That was your decision. Now I'm asking, when did you take it? You did not take it between December and March. That's the question. Is that true?
I don't have a record that say it was not taken on review. The review process is a process that starts with reviewing documents like any matter that goes to court. Before you go to court, you review and you get
Okay.
all the necessary papers and
Okay,
steps
so
that needs to take you there.
Ms. Matsapola waited for 3 months for you to do this process that you didn't do. Then for recourse, she went to the CCMA, which she had to do. Is it true that you challenged the CCMA case on the basis that she was delayed?
I can get response from our legal in that regard.
Okay, I put it to you that you did. And the reason why you said that she delayed, she was waiting on you to take it to review. And now you're saying that was a process. Is it true that the matter that's now with the Labour Court, your application occurred after her CCMA application?
I will get the facts from our legal.
I put it to you, it was after, seeing that I should inform you about all your processes. It was after she submitted an CCMA application. Slide 38. Slide 38. In slide 38, under disciplinary, on the presentation that I have, under disciplinary progress, number 13 is listed as Mr. Lungise Kuzana. Number 13. There was names on the one that we received. Do you know Mr. Lungise Kuzana, CEO?
I know Mr. Lungsile Kozana who works at the CETA.
Is it true that Mr. Kuzana was Ms. Matsapola's immediate superior?
During which period, sir?
Any period that you can recall?
I cannot recall such.
2018.
I was not at CETA in 2018.
But you were part of the administration that was dealing with the matters that is before us.
But I don't have a record that Lungisile was a
I'm
supervisor.
reminding you, because you dealt with all of them. So you were part of the process, you understand it. Based on your recollection, because you dealt with the matter, was he part of the superiors?
I do not have such a record.
Was he an employee at the time?
They were both employees of CETA in 2018.
Do you know which role he played?
I am not aware of the role with regard to the person you are asking about.
Okay, Mr. Kuzana was the superior to Ms. Matsopolas. Is it true that on the days that some of these irregular things happened, Mr. Kuzana was present and involved, but Ms. Matsopola was on study leave? The matters that we are referring into in the report. Is it true that during some of the days, Ms. Matsopola was on study leave, but Mr. Kuzana was present at all these matters?
We will need a record that shows us that. I do not have a record that says that in my presentation.
You were part of the administration that dealt with the matters.
Dealt with which matter, sir?
The matters before us that the report is dealing with. How can you ask me which matters?
The report that we're seeing, I think we have too many mics open. Please. The report that we're seeing has not been given to the CETA. It has not been made public by the department. So the report that they are giving now, the CETA will not have implemented anything there.
I fully understand, Chair, but they are aware of the matters, and therefore it is the CEO that made the presentation to us.
Yeah, so what the chair, when the chair opened, it did mention that now that they've received their report, some of the issues that are flagged here, you'll see them being orange or yellow and green because there were other forensic reports that would have been Kobodo and others that they've mentioned that will then corroborate. So when they look at it on their presentation, it will say in progress because it would have started on the other side.
But it would be incorrect for the CEO to say that he does not know about the matters. I understand the report because the CEO was part of the process and currently he's the CEO. Therefore, he knows the employees, he knows who are the employees that went through the disciplinary process and so on. And so I'm asking based on that, Chair. So could you advise the CEO to respond, please?
Yeah, so maybe rephrase the question and not say it's on the presentation, because then his defense will be that the only reason they put green and yellow there is because it was implemented for another process. So they've not implemented anything, any consequence management that comes from this, because this report, TG, is not yet, have you made it public now? It's not yet public, so they will not have implemented anything that comes from this. So maybe rephrase the question and not say.
Please assist me, Chair. How do I rephrase the question?
Yeah, maybe not say you have presented it on this one. Maybe rephrase. I'm sure you'll know how to rephrase.
I'm honestly struggling, Chair. I'm honestly struggling. You are smarter than me on this one because what we are dealing with is the processes that's been highlighted by the presentation and is currently happening at CETA. And so I don't know how else to phrase it. But maybe I should say that we are, based on our research in preparation for today, we have confirmation and we have on record that both employees that we are talking about was at CETA during the time of what the presentation is referring to. And currently, Ms. Matsopola, Chair, so Ms. Matsapola has been a junior when all this was happening. She's a whistleblower. She informed the CETA, she informed CETA of irregularities. During most of the matters that is being dealt with, she was on study leave. Mr. Kusana was present at all occasions. What we have now is Ms. Matsapola is out of a job. She has to fight through the different labor processes, even though on appeal she had to be reinstated. She's not reinstated because you feel that it should be under review. Yet Mr. Kusana, who was her superior, who she reported to, is still currently employed. My last question will be, and he was there as a superior since the beginning. The question to now is, what is his current position in CETA? And then I conclude, Chair. I wish I had more time. What is his current position at CETA? What is Mr. Kusana's current position in CETA?
Chair, thank you. I need to state that I can't find the relation between the.
Don't worry, that's my
matter
job.
and,
Please answer the
Matsapola.
question.
And currently, Kusana
Chair,
is a
may I
manager
interject?
monitoring and evaluation.
No, he's answering currently Kusana is what, so.
But Chair, you must assist me. The CEO is first giving a preamble to say he doesn't see the link. That's my responsibility. I'm merely asking, what is Mr. Kusana's current position? So can you repeat that for the record, please, just directly?
Manager monitoring and evaluation.
Right. Chair, when we have more time, I submit to the House that Ms. Matsapola is a whistleblower. She has exposed corruption. Her superior is Mr. Kusana, has been. Mr. Kusana was promoted, and yet he presided over all of these irregularities, and we can prove it. Ms. Matsapola, as a whistleblower whom we must celebrate and protect, is currently without a job. This, to me, it's my speculation. The CEO is involved in corruption, and he is protecting those around him who is helping him to do so. And whistleblowers who are doing the right thing is being victimized by the CEO. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and apologies for not being here earlier on. Mine would be straightforward, Chairperson, but firstly, I think I must indicate to the leadership of the department, the DG. You know, we are concerned as a committee around the public perception that is there on and around CETAs. The public views the CETAs as the center of corruption, as a center whereby once a person is found guilty, will rather be protected than taken to another institution or entity. The perception is that we are also having inefficient organizations, which is the CETAs, of which government is pumping a lot of money to address the skill shortage that is there in the country. Now, we are raising all of these things because of there is a perception or a public narrative that as members of this portfolio committee sitting here, we are unable to hold you accountable. In fact, to a large extent, there is a perception that we are here to defend you. And that's not what we are here for. We are here to advance the interest of those who have elected us to become members of parliament. I'm raising all of these things because of the country is on a trajectory path of infrastructure development. And the construction CETA, to a large extent, is central to that infrastructure development plan. And I'm also raising all of these things because of the recent report, I think yesterday or a day before yesterday, it has been demonstrated that the unemployment rate is skyrocketing. And if we are to have a CETA, especially the construction CETA, that is able to provide skills that are relevant in addressing challenges that are there in government, then it means there is something that we are not doing right. We are sitting with challenges from level of municipalities, provincial government buildings are collapsing. Yet the CETA or this construction CETA is the relevant one that must produce relevant skills in addressing those challenges. Everywhere you go in the country, there are potholes. Yet again, in your programs, you are having programs that seeks to address that challenges. I'm raising all of these things to demonstrate to you that indeed that some of the challenges that government is having or is confronted with, us as the CETAs, we should be able to respond by providing relevant skills that will be able to respond to those challenges. However, it's not that we have not developed those skills. You have given young people skills. You are unable to trace them. You are unable to create that working relations either with provincial government and local municipalities as a way of addressing their challenges. What is the use? What is your final end objective? Because in our view, you give a student or a learner the skills, at the end of the day, he or she must either be employed or employ other people. That's what is our thinking. But it becomes a problem, DG, when we sit in this meeting and realize that government buildings are collapsing, and yet again, we're investing a lot of money on skills development that we are unable to use. It's a futile exercise in a way, and I would like us to look into it, DG. Getting into the issues, DG, I think you are aware that it's not for the first time we're interacting with the CETA. And I'm going to plead with you, Chairperson, that at least it's almost a year now that we have interacted with the DG. We know his skills and art of defocusing us and responding to things that we did not question. And I know it's deliberate as a way of chowing our time. So I'll be straightforward. It's not that I'll be undermining you when I stop you, but I'll be realizing that you are deliberately deviating as a way of chowing my time. So today I will not allow you. Chairperson, I would like to get from the DG, I understand the aspect that the report, CETA could not implement the recommendations because of the report has not been made public. DG, the Duja Forensic investigation was not the first investigation conducted on CETA. From your reports, I think there was Malachi and Gobodo up until Duja. I would want to check with you, DG, how much have we spent on Duja Forensic investigation?
DG.
Thanks very much, Honorable Khabo. I should think it's spent by the construction sector itself. It's not spent by the department because we appointed the administrator and then the administrator
Chairperson, no, it's starting again. No.
Now,
whether it's you, how much have we spent? The CETA is an entity of the department. How much have we spent on the Duja Forensic investigation?
CO, they're saying it's you who paid. How much?
According to the record we have, 18.9 million.
18.9 million. I want to check with you. Now that CEO, you were part of the entity before, how much have you spent on Malachi Forensic Report?
Malachi Forensic Report was done in 2015-16, before the time of the Duja report. I don't have facts how much was spent except the report that came out of that process.
Not a problem, CEO. How much have you spent on Gobodo?
I do not have a record on how much was spent on Gobodo Forensic as commissioned by DHED. I can get it and supply to the secretariat of the committee.
Thank you very much. So we have spent 18.9 million on a forensic investigation that we have failed to implement its recommendations. To the department, when did the department receive the Duja report and why was it not made public? When did the department receive the Duja report and why was it not made public?
That is end of July 2023.
Why was it not made public?
Well, it's still being processed by the department.
Can you clarify processed between 2023 and 2025? How long has that paper, that process that you are referring to? Clarify the process and in detail as to what do you mean when you say the process? Because you say that you received the report in 2023 July. Today is the 14th of May 2025. Why has it not been made public?
Well, Honorable Gabo, the point I would make is that we have our own legal section that is working with the legal section of the construction CETA. So there are issues that are going to be brought to the attention of the minister arising out of the report.
So that's the process.
That's the process, because once you receive the report and then you prepare the report for the minister, and the legal services is busy looking into some legal implications of the report, especially with regard to accounting authority members.
According to the legal service, what informs the delay from 2023 to date, 2025?
Well, I can't now speak on behalf of the legal services, Honorable Gabo.
Do you have a legal service?
Yes, we do.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me go to the next point. I think I'll get back to that one.
Apology, if I can interrupt on that one, Chair. We have a formal apology from Advocate Kuta, who's currently on sick leave.
No, we don't have it. You have it in the department. We don't have it in the committee. Continue.
No, thank you very much, DG. The apology was meant for you, but not the committee, unfortunately. Who was responsible for the report to be made public? And what was done to the official who failed to make the report public since 2023 July? And if not something done to the official, why? Who was responsible, DG?
Thanks very much, Honorable Gabo. As we have said, in the department, the minister appointed the legal section to work with the legal section of the construction CETA towards developing the implementation of the report, so that has since been done. Now it's just to finalize the process of publishing the report or releasing the report and acting on those areas, especially where it's within the remit of the executive authority, the board members.
Are you saying that the minister is the one who was responsible to make the report public?
I should think it was explained as well in the report that it was submitted to the minister so that it can be made public because of the board members who are
Thanks.
involved.
I'm asking you a simple, straightforward question. Are you saying that now that the report was submitted to the minister's office, it is the minister who has failed in his duties to make the report public? Is that what you are saying, yes or no?
I didn't say so.
What are you saying, Mhlonishwa?
I'm saying it's still being processed to the minister.
Who was responsible to make the report public?
I made the point to say we've got, not to make it public. To make it public, it will be the minister. But then it's a process towards making it public, which is within the officials.
So the delay is not informed by the minister's office, but rather the administration that is being led by the DG.
It's in the process.
Are you saying that the person who must account on this matter is the DG, not the minister? Because you are saying in your responses, it has been ran internally.
Yes,
and from where I'm sitting, the minister as a politician is not involved in the administrative processes of the department. Now my question is, are you saying that in actual fact, the person who has failed to make this report public in 2023, from 2023 to 2025 is the DG?
Well, I explained, Honorable Gabo, who is currently involved, not the DG, in the process. So I won't say the DG because their report is not submitted to the DG.
It's fine.
Yes.
It's fine. DG, when were you appointed? November 2021. DG, these people who are delaying the process of the report being made public, where do they report? Where do they report to?
Teacher, can you switch on your mic so that you're on record?
CETA's report to the minister. The CEOs of CETA's work with the department through the Director General, but the board's account directly to the minister. In this regard, specifically in terms of this report, the report was always going to be processed and implemented by the board of the CETA, but the minister had identified within my department the legal officials who would assist the CETA in preparing that report. What will then happen is that once the report is officially approved by the board and submitted to the minister will hand it over to the accounting officer.
DG, stop that thing that you are trying to do. Stop abusing me, stop abusing this committee, and stop abusing yourself. Stop abusing yourself. The question is simple and straightforward. Where are these people reporting? Now, my second question, are you saying that the matter, it was not handled administratively? There's no way you as the DG and your subordinates are involved, but rather it is the previous minister who had failed to make this report public? Yes or no? Don't give me the process, how it unfolds.
My determination of who failed in any part of this report would be when I have the report. At the moment, I don't have the report. I don't even have the detail of what is in it. And consistently, I've been saying that in my response. And it's not only about this report. Any other report which is sanctioned politically, the administrator of the department will be handed over to implement its decisions.
Noted, DG. I think, Chair, part of the recommendations that I will also second is that as a committee, we must be able at some point to summon the former minister to this committee, because to a large extent, it is being indicated in this committee, specifically in this meeting by the DG of the department, that indeed the minister, the previous minister and the current minister, they are the ones who are expected to finalize the implementation of this report by them making it public. We have noted that one. And I fully support the recommendation that the former minister must come before the committee. But secondly, it then indicates the reason why we said that the minister's presence in this committee can no longer be postponed. Unfortunately, she cannot run away forever. The other issue that I wanted to, you have spent 18.9 million on the Duja Forensic Investigation Report. The board then meets to decide. In fact, in your presentation, you are saying that the board appointed a legal firm to review and consolidate all findings. That's what you are saying. I want to check with you. When did the board take this decision, and who was the chair of the board, and what was your role at that time, CEO? In your presentation, you are saying that the board took it after receiving the Duja report. You have the board instructed you as the CEO to appoint a legal firm to review and consolidate all findings. Mind you, according to me, when you say all findings, you are not necessarily referring to Duja alone, given the fact that you've got an appetite of forensic investigations on your CETA. Can you explain that part? When did the board resolve or instruct you to appoint another legal firm?
I was instructed in November 2022.
Thank you very much. How much have you spent on that process of the legal firm that you had appointed to review and consolidate all findings, on top of the 18.9 million, when we've got almost half of young people being unemployed in this country, half of the population living in poverty? Can you clarify that part? How much have you spent now that you've got an appetite of spending money on legal processes than training young people who are languishing in unemployment and poverty?
I will provide the specific details because I didn't have it as part of this analysis, how much was spent on review of all the other reports.
All right, thank you very much. Do you know, do you have a report that had to review, and what were the recommendations? Do you have a report of that firm that you had appointed to review, and what were the recommendations? Were they different from the recommendations of Duja?
We do have a report of the review and the legal advice. how those recommendations must be implemented together with the possible legal outcomes of such based on the analysis that was performed. And as part of the action plan that we submitted on 31 July 2023, all that action plan was then talking to the legal advice that was given how to go about implementing such recommendations of the Duja.
Thank you very much. The last part, you said that you had the report. Are the recommendations provided by the Duja?
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Lonzi, you're not supposed to be in our meeting. We've
Why?
asked you, please don't disrupt our
Why?
sitting.
Why must I not be in the meeting?
Continue, Honorable.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Chair, sir, I ask for a five minutes adjournment. I want to talk to you. We propose a
We're going
5
to
minutes
assist you to chair this meeting
adjournment.
if you don't know how to chair.
Honorable Zon, no, but don't disrespect me.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm assisting. If anything, you are the one who disrespected me. You are the one who disrespected me.
No, Chairperson, thank you. Chair, I don't know the procedures of and the rules of the meeting, but as members of this committee, I think when the chair has made the ruling on the matter, we need to respect that, and I don't think it's procedural that whenever we have a problem.
Please respect our meeting.
No, but the rules
There's a
of
member-
parliament
there's
are
a
clear.
member on the floor.
The rules of parliament
No,
are
the
clear.
rules of parliament says when a member is on the floor.
But
you don't
I raised the
disrupt
point of order first. You didn't entertain
No,
it. Those
you
are the
not
rules.
supposed to be in our meeting.
How can I not be in
No,
the meeting?
we told you before.
You didn't
we
vote for. You
ejected
don't. You
here.
don't get to
Honorable,
tell me to eject
continue
me.
there.
You didn't bring me to parliament. Didn't vote for me to be here.
On a
Not
point
a
of
member
order,
of the ANC.
Chair.
I'm not deployed by you here.
On a point of order, Chair.
No, you know the rules. There's a member on the platform.
But I raised my point of order first.
On a point of order,
No,
Chair.
Honorable Ntangweni, you know the rules.
On a
Honorable
point of
Zon-
order.
Honorable Zondo, continue.
Can you recognize me after you have spoken, because I have had ample time.
There are
Even though I'm
members
not
who
a
have raised
member
their
of
hand,
this committee,
but-
I'm a member of parliament.
Yeah, but don't
If the member
disrespect-
don't know the rules, we
No.
are entitled
Yeah,
to
but can
attend
you-
any committee.
Yeah, but can you
So I have
respect
raised,
our meeting?
I have raised a hand.
No, I've noted. So what? Members raise their
No,
hands
so
before.
what? You must recognize me. How can you say so what?
Members raise their hands.
How can you say so what?
Members raise their hands.
I have
Don't
also
tell me
raised
to
my
recognize
hand.
you after. No, wait.
I have raised my hand even before
Members
this
raised
member.
before.
I even raised my hand
Yeah,
before
but
this
who
member.
gave you a right to open our mic?
I am a member
Who
of
gave you a
parliament.
right to open our mic?
I am a member of parliament. I
So you
have
can,
rights.
so you can disrupt
I
our
have
meeting.
rights. I have said to you, I
No.
have raised my hand even before this
No,
member.
there's no such.
And then this member is
No.
even misquoting the
but
rules.
Chairperson.
It's misquoting
I
the
know,
rules.
hold on. But
Any
why
member
are
of
you
parliament
disrupting?
can
Honorable
entertain.
Ntangweni, why are you disrupting
I'm
our
not
meeting?
disrupting. I'm saying
You
please
are. Who
note
gave
me.
you the right to speak? That's disruption.
I'm saying please
That's
note me.
That disruption.
I'm asking please
No,
note me.
please switch off our mic.
Can you please note
It's not
me?
your mic. Why are you saying our
Please
mic?
switch off
Can
our
you
mic.
note
It's not your
me?
mic.
Please switch off our mic.
you
It's not your
note
mic.
me?
Honorable
This is
Zondo,
not your
continue.
house. Not your mic. It's the mic of parliament.
Honorable Zondo, please continue.
No, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
I think we need to set some.
Point of order, Chair.
We need to set some records straight, Chair. We're in
I've raised the point of order, Chairperson.
We're in a formal meeting here. I'm saying, if anyone feel that the procedures,
I've
we are
raised the
here
point of
as
order, Chair.
As you are here as the chairperson, you are a leader of this section, and you have powers and privilege that you are given by the rules and regulations of these meetings. So we have a right to protect you, and you have to protect us also. So now I think I feel like we're on an attack, and if it will continue like this, I will have to pack my bags and exit this meeting, because it's like now we're being attacked. And everyone, when you are being attacked, you are prompted to retaliate. So we don't want to reach that stage whereby we need to protect ourselves. We are here for the meeting, not for any other business. So I think let's apply every measures available to keep this meeting going before it gets to a point where it won't be controllable. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Low.
No, thanks, Chair. I think it's only proper that we have been respected because we came early in the meeting and we've been raising our hands. And we've been waiting in anticipation to participate in this committee to hold the department accountable, because at this point, it can't be that we've been here since 9 o'clock and then we're going to be disrupted because we've been doing our daily work. So can we get to do our work and focus on the order of the day, because we've got a house sitting at 2 o'clock and our time has already been chowed. I don't think we've got time for other things. You have presided over the meeting, we are going to proceed, and then you're going to give hands as according to the hands you have identified them. From there, you give the department, then you move. Other than that, other things will entertain them where we're going to be entertained. I don't think we're at this point hoping or willing to be disrupted at a point where we took our time to come here and address issues that are adequate and important. Unless we must go call Comrade Joy, we must go call Honorable Joy and Younger to come and assist us also in this process, because it's not going to help. You have overruled, we have dealt with the matter, and I think we must protect you now. At this point, we are at the point where we're going to protect you. There's no point of return. We are here. We're going to speak, Chair. Allow the other things, we must allow them. They must be seen as to what is the interest of other individuals for this country, so that we are able to proceed. We are not running our tax show. Parliament is run by a program and an agenda adopted, not ran because you want to be known for today when you wake up. We will address as per what we've adopted procedurally and standards of the meeting and follow Parliament. It's not like we don't know what is the framework of running a meeting constitutionally in the confines of the presiding of the policy of Parliament. I'm very clear about that. I think my hand was up, so as Khabu was about to speak, can we protect the members? Thank you.
Honorable Tlangwin.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think maybe perhaps for the new members, they must go and study the rule book, because the rule book is clear. Any member of parliament can participate in whichever meeting that they want to go and participate. It's not that the Honorable Lonzi went and get people to come and ambush the meeting. No. In fact, he went and called us because he wants us to come and witness how you are abusing your powers in even showing in terms of pushing members, in terms of what type of questions to ask to a department that don't want to be accountable, to ministers that are not here, that don't want to account, on corrupt board members that are being appointed. So no, I have given this comrade time. I don't know why is he warming up.
Close your mic, it's fine.
So, I'm pleading with you, Chair, in order to run this house, don't disrupt it, in order to push members of parliament to ask what questions to ask. It's not fair. Even if there's a program of this committee, any member can ask whatever question they want to deem fit to ask. They don't need to be told by you when to ask and what to ask and when to ask it. It's not done like that. Parliament is not run like that. So the CETAs are here, the DGs are here. Why can't those questions not be posed to them? Why did you abuse your power as a chairperson to throw out the Honorable Lonzi because he wants any poking specific questions of politically linked deployments? So I'm asking to you, Chair, we are not landing your. It's fine. You are well in your right with your ruling to do as a house, as a chairperson of the committee. But we are pleading to you to have a word with you in 2 minutes adjournment, to have a word with you outside this meeting, to see how we can continue in this meeting. We are members of parliament. We can participate in any meeting of this house. No one can stop us. In fact, whatever Honorable Lonzi want to say, we'll repeat it. will
No.
say it, and nobody's gonna stop us.
No, no,
We
no,
want those corrupt ministers,
No problem.
one by one, they must come and account here. Want those corrupt DGs that appoint board and political appointees, we want them to come and account here.
Chairperson,
And nobody's
order.
gonna stop us.
Can you call order,
You're not gonna
Chairperson?
stop
Yeah.
us,
Want to debate.
they're not gonna stop us, there's
Chairperson,
no
can you call
entity that's
order?
gonna stop us. Nobody's
can you
gonna
call
stop
order?
us.
No, you are calling a
And you
point
can
of order.
protect
Mama.
them how you want to
Honorable
protect them,
Tlangweni.
it's not gonna stop,
Honorable
we're not
Tlangweni,
gonna
You are
stop.
calling a point of order.
of
Now you
order.
want to debate.
Chairperson.
Honorable Souls, it's your point. Sorry. Honorable Tlangweni, please. I'm done. Yeah, but don't, let's not abuse each other. Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chairperson, it is not that we are unaware of the rules of Parliament. And for us to be assumed to be so is very demeaning and disrespectful. No one stopped anybody in this meeting from expressing their views or talking. Anyone is welcome to come, even if you're not a member of this committee. But you must come submitting to the rules and processes of the committee, not do your own thing. We started this meeting, the committee had consensus on how we are going to approach the issue in the absence of the minister. Majority of the committee, every one of the members sitting here, and by the way, the rule says, if you come and you're not part of the committee, you cannot participate in the voting. Now, us who has power to vote and to decide which direction is going to go, majority of us decided the approach we're going to use, we're going to stay over that questioning to the minister when the minister is here. The Honorable Lonzi was not here at the time. He arrived late at the meeting. After arriving late, he then wants to go against your ruling. The reason why none of the members here are arguing is because we are against corruption. We want to expose it where it is. But to now come and say that the chairperson, because of that ruling, is trying to protect, it's incorrect.
Point of order, Chair.
Neither is, I must finish, Chair.
Point of
Neither-
order, Chair.
Neither is the committee, because
Point of
that
order,
would
Chair.
implicate the committee as well. I must
Honorable
finish.
Souls, you are not supposed to be in my meeting, please.
Let me finish.
No, I'm raising a point of order.
You are not supposed to
let
be
me
in our
finish.
meetings. We've taken you out.
What? By who?
So I close by saying that you are the chairperson here. The committee, by consensus,
Point of
have
order,
decided
Chair.
on the direction. The EFF can't come and decide which direction this meeting
Point of
must
order,
go.
Chair.
If it is adjourned, I just want to state for the record,
Point of
if
order,
it is
Chair.
adjourned on the request of the EFF, I will then stand up and leave
Point of order, Chair.
because I submit to the instruction of the chairperson and the consensus
I don't
of this
submit to the
committee,
chairperson.
not to the EFF.
I submit to the people of South Africa.
No,
Don't
in
get
this-
told by the chairperson
in
what I
this
must do.
processes, you
I
will
will
not
never
be-
submit to the
Order
chairperson.
So I just want to
Never.
say, EFF does
Can you
not
please help
run
us
the show
remove
here.
This man from our meeting, please.
Chairperson.
No, wait, I'll give you after he has been removed.
Chair, can I be excused as per my apology?
Please, please remove him from our meeting. Protection services, please, man. We want to conclude our meeting.
So this is allowed. 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 So this is allowed.
What is allowed?
So this is allowed.
People are allowed to.
So this is allowed. This is allowed.
It's allowed.
This is allowed.
Yes, it's allowed.
No,
So then all of us can
Kabo.
scream.
It's fine.
Kabo, don't open our mic.
If
Don't
it's
open our
allowed,
mic.
then all of us can scream.
Hold on, members. Honorable Desiree, I apologize.
And I saw
colleagues
you had to
for-
let them in.
Sorry?
I saw you had to let them come in at
No, I
that
had no
point.
choice because Honorable Souls is on the platform. And we've been listening to people raising point of, and I'm noting people one by one. And he decides it's not supposed to be in our meeting. We've taken him out, and they know the rules. Just that Honorable Tlanguni left before I could address all of the points. If they are not happy with anything that we have done, they have a recourse. They can go and approach bodies that are available to complain about us having taken a member out. They know this thing. It's just that they just want to disrupt us. But before I give you, Honorable, allow Honorable Souls to finish. He was about to conclude. And then I'll give you Honorable van der Walt.
Thank you so much, Chair. This thing of pretending to have higher logic and not making us appear as if we don't know the rules must stop. We respect not out of fear or favor. We understand process. You are the chairperson. When we say we respect the chairperson, it's not to say we fear you. You allow us to express our views. We've never been stopped from expressing our views. And so we must state for the record, Chair, that the narrative that the EFF is trying to push through Honorable Lonze, that you, as the chairperson, are trying to protect the department or the minister to avoid the exposure of corruption is untrue. In the process of this committee, we had consensus that we must put the questions around the board appointments to the minister. And we all agreed we shall await the day when the minister is here and then we shall pose the questions, including Honorable Lonzi could do that. He came late and then he wanted the meeting to go his direction. You made a ruling, that ruling was good, they have recourse, they cannot come and disrupt. So I just want to conclude by saying, Chairperson, if you were going to allow them to determine that we must take a 5-minute break and they want to talk to you, I'm glad that you didn't do that because that's your authority as the chair. I would have walked away because I am not here to submit to the EFF. So we stand with the ruling, Chairperson. We will await when the minister comes and we will address those issues around the board appointments. And like always, you will allow us, including Honorable Lonzi, to ask the proper questions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable van der Walt.
Chair, I would also just like to say that as a chairperson of the committee, you have allowed us to be very critical in our questioning and issues raised with the department and its entities since we got inaugurated last year. But what I also like to say is that you actually should also write a report today to the Honourable Frolic and the Ethics Committee, and that the rules of Parliament is the same for the committees when we are in session, and that when a member is removed from a particular meeting cannot enter and come and disrupt. And the strategic point to go sit in the furthest corner where we can preempt and say it's to get difficult to be removed again. I think that is out of order and the other members of the same party, the EFF. We should not tolerate here. We are presenting millions of South Africans and young people who have to study, and we are not going to be subjected to that in this committee. And I'm glad you didn't postpone the meeting, because it would have given them their way. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We're going to respond to them. We are indeed going to put together a report about the conduct of members here who even smell babalas. What is this thing? Slata. I don't know what is that thing. Smell alcohol here. You know, we're going to write the conduct of these people. We're going to do it. They unfortunately, they've left before I could address Honorable Ntlangwini's issues about us bullying, dictating what kind of questions. Unfortunately, Honorable Souls was telling it then, because they did not like it, they decided to disrupt that. It's a decision that was taken by you as members to say, because the appointments are not done by the DG, they are done by the minister, the question should go to the minister. And we've agreed. I had, in fact, when he wanted to ask, I explained we've already written, by the way, Anela confirmed, we've already written to the minister to ask, when are you going to finish this process? Because I've already received 2 letters, one from Honorable Khakhaw and one from Honorable Ngubane, about these things. And I've written to them and said, we have not received any response. But we are committing that we will check with the minister when are they finalizing the AA appointment so that she can come and take us through. We've written to her, like I said to him, it's unfortunate, it's just that people want to, you know, this thing of populism is just taken over. People want to seem, you know, radical and all of that, you know, without wanting to solve the problem. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury for that. We have a responsibility to make sure that the department and the CETA, which is here today, we hold them accountable for what they're supposed to do. So I'm going to give Honorable Ngubane, and then the last one will be Honorable Law.
Yeah, Chair.
Chairperson,
there was a point of order from Honorable.
Yes, I wanted to say that,
Yeah.
looking at the time, Chair, I'll submit my questions in writing, because I will not just want to chow time unnecessarily. And even have nagi tswile mo moyeng, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Your time was already expired. Anyway.
Yeah, you're eating my time already. Chair, I think, Chair, on my side as well, I'll be quick, because I think at 2 o'clock the plenary needs to start, and they're calling me as well to come and assist them. So I think, Chair, thank you very much. You've handled the meeting very well. Like you said, Chair, we all concerned. We all hate corruption with all the might we can. But we mustn't be taken for granted that there are people who hate corruption more than are, and labeling that chairperson is protecting corruption. And it's a pity. First time I witnessed this nonsense, to say, oh, so it's just grandstanding. It's not the real issues that we need to solve. You can solve the issues in a very mild way in a table without grandstanding or wanting to fight or to be seen as you are bigger than anyone. Coming to the issue at hand, Chair, I'm not going to take long. It was actually, the question is not a lot. It will be a comment, because I reserved the other time. I thought I will give it to my colleagues here, because he wanted to close on another question. Chair, I've experienced this thing. There is a tendency in CETAs of protecting criminals subtly. The tactics is the derail methods, retractions method, and they vary. Where you get a report is being derailed, or is not being tabled, or is not being given to public to scrutinize and to be implemented. There is a tendency in CETAs. For example, on the presentation, there was an issue about I think it recommends that someone needs to go and open the case at the police station. And it wasn't done still. So I've seen that at MICT CETA there was a report of public protector that had recommendation. Personally, as a chairperson of the board or the CEO, you are responsible to go and implement all those recommendations. I went personally at Midrand Police Station. I opened cases one by one, case numbers of corrupt activity, because the report was saying that. So, and the moment you see that there is no movement in those things, then is the tendency of trying to protect people, withdraw people, not making people to be accountable. And Chair, this CETA, the construction CETA and services CETA, it was the first time in my life where in a construction CETA you see sometimes our CEO and chairperson, people are being driven by chauffeurs. I've seen CEOs of CETAs and chairpersons, and I've never seen some which you have a chauffeur that is driving you, someone is opening the car for you. So it tells you that some of the things people do, they are in your face. So my advice is that I think somewhere, somehow, DG, on all the reports that have recommendations for implementations, we need to now start to putting timelines on those recommendation implementation, and then put them on the performance of the CEO of the chair and the deadlines, so that we avoid these tactics of trying to shield other people from taking into account of corruption. Last time, Chair, when we were at the MICC, remember I spoke about the report where there was a company that was supposed to be listed at Treasure as a corrupt company. But somewhere, somehow, in the board, he decided to remove the name and restart again the process. When the recommendation says, do X, Y, Z, we're seeing those tendencies. So if there's no way to cap that, DG, again, all this report we're speaking about will be fruitless. If we're not going to receive a report and have a timeline that this report must be placed into public, it must be presented, it must be delivered to the people that are responsible, they must implement it within certain timelines, then again, people will see us as a joke, that we are playing with them, we're just doing these nice reports, we implement recommendations that we like, those that we don't like, we don't implement. If the report touches more on my friends, I'll just keep it under the drawer and sanitize something and keep quiet and have excuses that for 5 years, where was the report, why it wasn't implemented? So let's be serious now and then have timelines of these recommendation, implementations, and take people accountable. If you said I must implement this report, I must implement it. Take me to account, put deadlines so that it can be implemented. It's happening a lot in CETAs where a report gets dust, or people that have been pointed by a report that at fault, and they never get account or never go to jail for those things. So I think that's all from me, Chair, to comment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just comments. Nothing to, Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we must apologize as a member on behalf of what could have happened here, Chair, and clarify that we would have agreed on an approach, and we know that the department is accountable to the committee of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education. And I think they are also human beings for us to want to treat them as if we don't have a program or they don't have a program. They came here prepared as to what is expected from them to present, and then we have agreed in one good spirit to say our approach will be other issues that are outstanding will be dealt with accordingly as we transit to our program. So mine is that from 2019 to 2024, we've been having the similar issues. If you look if you cite the previous years, you will find out that all the issues that members have raised or that we are raising, they are similar. We can relate with them. We know them. The only thing that I would want us to do is for us to do this, CEO. We need to prevent a recurrence of prolonged leadership vacancies since during 2019-21.
the accounting audit should ensure timely appointments to key positions and implement regular reviews of the organizational structure to support effective governance and operational stability. CETA should also conduct a comprehensive review of its payroll to ensure financial sustainability, and inflated or misaligned payroll poses a long-term financial risk and must be aligned with the organizational needs and budget constraints. You should also prioritize the improvement of its certification processes to eliminate delays in issuing certificates to learners. Timely certification is critical for learner progression. And I think, Chair, while we acknowledge on the salary irregularities that have been identified, it is important that 2025 beyond the accounting authority and executive management should implement a formal salary benchmarking and compliance review process. All current salaries should be aligned with the updated transparent remuneration policy. In addition, automated payroll controls and periodic external audits should be introduced to ensure adherence to salary band structures to mitigate financial risk. And then given the number of financial irregularities, again, it is recommended that you should strengthen your financial governance by implementing a robust internal control, enforcing consequence management for non-compliance, and conducting regular independent financial audits. A culture of accountability must be embedded into ensuring that transparency prevents recurrence and safeguard. I'm giving you all of this so that you've got an approach and how you are going to move out of this. We don't expect in the future, as you come to rectify and respond to us, you will come with the old things of 2019. You must come with an audit action plan, have a time frame, put your time frame and put your status in terms of how you reflected to the issue. In slide, I want to go to slide, there's a slide, Chair, as I bow down. I want to clarify something. Go and look on what you've said. On slide, the slide, okay. Yeah, there's a slide 9. On slide 9, the instruction issued by the minister at a session of 29 March 2023 for CETA Legal to work with DET Legal on developing an implementation plan for Duja, not to process the report. No, it's here. You said that the minister who said you must go and work on making sure you bring about implementation actionable and corrective measures that will respond to the inefficiencies and failures to deal with internal controls as identified by AG, by forensic. And a forensic report can only be reviewed by the courts. The forensic report, if it's been done legal, it can only be reviewed by the courts. So that you must look on to how you have reviewed and what therefore gives directive and all of that. So because of time, Chair, and I take acknowledgement of what could have happened, I'll send everything to the secretary and then we'll process. But in the future, the entities mustn't come here with all issues that we could have dealt with. They must bring solutions, progress, and tell us how far they are. Then we'll take it from there. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. It's a pity. I mean, we have personally, DG. I believe that there was criminality, and us not releasing the report on time could have given these people who are supposed to be prosecuted somewhere space to continue again in the system, and they, as we speak, they may have created the same problems elsewhere in the system. And this is my biggest problem with the department. Not releasing this report. I mean, there are these EXCO members, I don't know them, but these EXCO members who have caused huge problems, and up to 937 or 73 million, including giving the monies to the enterprise adverts, on the DGs, on many other issues. They would have probably been there the ones who raised salaries of people to 3 times, the 2 times the acceptable industry standards. So people here would have, I mean, we don't know who, the person who hired this person with a forged metric certificate in order for it to be found 5 years later. The report would have said, go and prosecute those people, but no one was seated here. And we can't hold anybody accountable. Why did you not arrest, open cases against person X, Y, and Z? Because the report was not released. We must also speak to Chairperson. You must ask your secretary of, it's another thing that we must get. What was the motivation? It should be there on the minutes of that board decision of construction CETA that took a decision to review all forensic reports under administration. It's as if they arrived there and said, we don't agree with them. It's as if somebody told them, go and review everything that was done under administration. So the previous board that just ended, we want those minutes, and after we've satisfied ourselves, what we then must have a conversation with them. We must have a conversation with them. They must make sense to us. Why would we spend a minimum of 18.9 million? And then you come and pay more and say, we're reviewing the minimum 18.9 million that we have spent on this thing. For what? What motivated you? What is it that, where's this Duja report was not even final? It's as if, from where was seated, Chairperson, it's as if they would have been told that these forensics are pointing fingers at X, Y, and Z, and go review them so that they are unable to be prosecuted based on these forensics. So we will need to know, because I'm tired of people using state resources to just go to court and joke, when they should be taking that money to skilling, upskilling, and reskilling our people who are not in education, employment, or training. Honestly speaking, I'm tired. So we need to do that particular thing. So, but this EXCO, DG, go and get us the list of these EXCO people. These EXCO people who were running things there as if this is their CETA. Go and get us a list. Uchore, Tebokholitsie, chairperson of HR, EXCO. Mamang, chairperson of what? Audit and risk, EXCO. We want the list of those people. And then in the same list, we want you to go, TG, and say, from 2020 when their term ended, well, these ones, their term did not end in 2020. The minister put them under administration in January 2020. So from January 2020, this is where they went after. If you have taken some to other CETAs, go and put it there and say, we, as a result of not implementing some of these things, we then put former EXCO member of construction CETA at this seat. And if you know that information from 2020 to 2025, you will see there will probably be a mess created at that new seat where you would have taken this person to. Please make this, DG, ask the minister to make this report public. Must give whatever process. You know, the same report, when I say to you, DG, you don't have a legal team. You think I'm taking a swipe. We don't. Your presentation says to us, in March 2023, the minister said, start this process of making this thing public. Legal department from the department and legal department from construction go sort out any legal matter that you must deal with now, and then bring it to me so that I make it public. We don't have an indication of that was done. When we say to you, you don't have a legal department, you think we're not serious. We are. You don't. You don't. In fact, this is too much money that we're bleeding out of the system. This country does not have money. We're bleeding money here unnecessary. And people are not being held accountable. That is why criminals are emboldened. They just go around doing as they please. They can even go and kidnap police people and murder them. Well, that's how emboldened they are, because we seem not to do proper consequence management. So we can't afford to do that. So I'm not going to, like I said, I had too many questions, DG, that I would have wanted to ask the department, because in my view, this problem is a departmental problem. Sitting with a report, so it was delivered to you in November 2021, and then the new CETA board only took a decision for a review in December, November 2022. So we sat with the report for a year, and the department did nothing, right? Then they took it for the review, finished released it finished it in February 2023, and then released it in July 2023. But before the release, the minister said, legal department and legal department, go and finalize the issues, and that was not done. And there's no consequence management. People are getting paid today. You don't take instructions. When we've spent 18.9 million on something, no consequence management. That can't happen. That can't continue to happen. Please. So I'm not going to go to my questions. It's part of those that will also send to yourselves. But I want to apologize, members, to yourselves and the general public about the acting that was happening here. I really apologize. I know people just like to act, Obviously, they've made allegations that I'm protecting these people from the department and the minister. I'm sure they know that's not true. If you colleagues are always attending our meetings, if I was protecting them, you would have been the first ones to attend to me. You would have attended to me very properly. So I have no interest in defending the department and the minister. But we have a responsibility to make sure that our meetings have got decorum. And when we call the department and construction CETA to account on a specific matter, you can't ask about an issue that is not related to today's meeting. I'll give you another Masako, don't worry. You can't ask about issue that is not related to, you are defocusing us. And I can tell you why I believe Honorable Ngubane, they had to do so. It's because Honorable Khakao wrote to us, and she may have been very naughty by leaking her own letter to me. And it was on the media. And my suspicion is they just want to counter that narrative. So whether people who just want to, they've got no interest in what we're trying to deal with yet. And that's why I was very patient with them for a long time. We had to follow the rules. I could have stopped the mic or muted, but I can't mute in this room. I don't know why. But I want to apologize. I know So many of you raised your hands, wanted to engage, and I said, relax. But it's because if you enter that battle, now you muddy the waters. People will not see who's wrong and who's right. So I had to protect you guys. I apologize it took long, but we will write the report, members. I'll share it with you before I send it to the relevant people in Parliament about first the behavior of the member and the behavior of their members, because they know, Honorable Ntlangwini knows that if a member has been taken out, you can't bring him in. She knows that part. So we'll also, and she sits in the Rules Committee. We will write to them again about that particular behavior, and even her behavior when she comes here without understanding what happened, to accuse us of defending the department and all of that. So we will get to that part. Before we conclude, Honorable Maseko, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much, and I really need to applaud you for your patience. I think a lot of us wouldn't have been as patient as you were for today, and I'm a little bit taken aback because I didn't know you are that patient. But Chairperson, I'm talking to you. Okay, Chairperson, I'm talking to you. Anele, stop. Okay, so again, I'm saying I'm applauding you for being patient. We were not going to be, some of us were not going to be able to do that. But one lesson out of this is, Chairperson, we need to respect each other when coming to time, because this is a clear indication of when a person comes to the committee late, it ends up this way. And you have been lenient that you find people that come late and they will ask questions about issues that already have been responded to. Now, from now onwards, that has to stop so that we can be able to be consistent with what happened today, that once you come late, you cannot ask a question that has been responded to. In the meantime, when you are late, go to whatever streaming that is there to know and to hear. And that will assist us. The respect goes a long way. The decorum of the house, I'm traumatized. On the letter, can you write also that I'm traumatized? I'm a lover, I'm not a fighter. And this has been traumatizing me on another level because I had to run away from the chair that I was sitting on. So as a brief chair, let's try taking this to the future, and I hope it will be attended to urgently, that we are not going to be deterred from the work that we want to do as a committee to hold the department accountable and the entities that have to come in before us. Today, there's a lot of minutes that we'll never get back in our entire life that we could have engaged with the CETA and the department, and it's gone today. So as a brief chair, let's try to improve in what we have identified as a shortcoming from our side also. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. The attack on the chairperson, you will see, it comes from the meeting that we'll sit with next week. It's not, it's well thought of. Yeah, so the chairperson had to become. The chairperson, they must not make that mistake with the chairperson outside of the sittings, because I know him is not a calm guy. I know him. They must not make that mistake outside of the sittings. But the point is made. Maybe next week, Tuesday, when we start with the meeting, we must take a resolution on whether we do allow people to engage who come after a certain period of our meeting. So it must be a committee decision, because I hear where you're coming from. It's a valid point. So yeah, we want to thank you. CEO, you wanted to say something before we conclude. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to clarify whilst I'm raising this concern, hoping the committee got a process. Honorable Member Saul asked me questions, I responded, and he concludes publicly and say he concluded I'm corrupt. I hope there is a process to address that, because based on the answers I'm giving him, as we are here to be held accountable, we got reports to implement. When we implement reports, we got members that call people who are cited by reports to be held accountable as whistleblowers. I want to clarify the issue of the whistleblowers, if I'm allowed, Chair. At the CETA, we have a policy for the protection of whistleblowers, which is aligned to the protection of Protected Disclosures Act in this country. That act is very clear that a person who is implicated in the wrongdoing and reporting it later is not a whistleblower. And in this case, when the department commissioned Gobodo report that found CETA officials and SEM officials implicated, and that report was issued in May 2019 to the CETA and the board of the CETA, and somebody writes to the chair of the audit committee in August 2019, after they've seen the report that they are implicated, these committees must judge whether such a person is a whistleblower. When you're whistleblowing about something that is already known, it's in the report, you are implicated. And today we are told in Parliament that these people are whistleblowers. It's shocking if we're going to have members who play oversight with such, because it means they are not independent and objective in these processes. Let me clarify that the one also where they say the supervisor is not held accountable. That supervisor, according to that report, was held accountable. There is a verdict signed by the administrator, but the supervisor was not charged for instructing the person to do wrong. And in the report, even in the appeal reports for the person concerned, there is nowhere where it said this person whistleblowed. In fact, it said you failed to inform the accounting authority. And it finds the person guilty even at appeal. So these committees must decide whether, if somebody is found guilty by all the processes, should management of this institution, if we are really fighting corruption, then be crucified for challenging things that needs to be challenged and be clarified? And why is the Labor Relations Act providing for the review of internal decisions at the Labor Court, if when the time comes, management is then called corrupt for exercising that power? And also, if somebody has committed wrong and there is evidence of that, and they accuse somebody else, should we let them go and say it's not them when evidence says them? In this case, the person must be held accountable for the wrong they did. If they got evidence that is credible, they must present elsewhere, because themselves, if they are aware that somebody has done wrong, is not being charged. As management, we're going to charge that person for the wrong they've done based on the evidence, not on the narrative that is being perpetuated on this platform like that honorable member was doing. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope that process where he called me corrupt is going to be followed, in that I'm putting it on record as Malusi Shezi, and a chartered accountant of South Africa and a member of CETA, that I obliged by my professional obligations to be conducting myself ethically and professionally, and at CETA and anywhere else, I have never committed any corruption. And that member needs to prove me wrong on record.
Thank you very much. The report, is it because earlier on you said the issues are in court. Is it possible for you to send us the whole documents there? Is it possible? Yeah, please send them to us so that we familiarize ourselves. Our members can have an indication of what's happening. So I wanted to thank you for coming. Chairperson, you are the only person who's in the accounting authority today. So we don't know whether you have board members or not. We'll engage with the minister. I will not ask you. We'll engage with the minister. But thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate. We wish you all the best. With the CETA today, I don't think you saw the full picture of the problem you have. You may have seen some glimpse from the Duja report, but there are other reports that paints a different picture there. As the chairperson of the committee, I get a number of emails, complaints in the sector from universities to TVET colleges to CETAs, CETs, and I've received a number from constructions, a number of them, detailing this point, detailing that point, and all of that. So we have a huge role there to bring in stability in the entity. One of the big problems we have there is I don't think we have all the stakeholders there are working towards one goal. We've got stakeholders moving in all different directions. And your job is to go there and speak to everybody from management to labor unions to workers and tell them this is the direction the CETA is supposed to take. Anybody who goes astray must not be part of the system. Because CETAs paying 18.9 million on one report. You know, with 18.9 million, how many artisans we could have trained? How many artisans we could have, trained for electricians and say, municipality X, give us that unused building. We're going to open a workshop for this, in this township for these young people who have trained. And then we're going to give them a start-up of $1 million to get material for electrical workshop. And everybody in that particular township will now use this certified group of young people who would have opened a company to run all electrical issues in the company, to address the issue of unemployment. So anybody else who does not want to achieve that, you know how many in the township you are doing construction, how many potholes you have in our townships. You could be creating artisans to close potholes with that 18.9 million, setting them up, saying municipality, when you will give them a truck, this is what these kids must go and do. You know? So we don't want anything else. So from now on in 2025, until your term ends in 2030, this is what we want to see. We don't want any. We're not afraid of fighting. We just don't like it. But now, boxing. Don't fight using the resources that are supposed to make the lives of our people better. So you have a big role there. DG, your department and ministry don't sit on reports. I don't know how many reports are with you as we speak and how many are not responding. You are going to release them when they are no longer relevant. So when we meet with the minister, we're going to make it clear that go and look at the table. How many reports are before you that needs to be cleared? Because you can't release reports late every time. Doesn't make sense. So I want to thank you, colleagues. NSA, you must give us that report of analyzing the previous board members. There's a picture that I saw somewhere. I don't want to assume the person is a board member, but there's a picture I saw somebody who I don't believe that your report would have said they've done well. But if it's true, then we're going to have a problem with yourselves as well. And the minister, why? The report says this, why this one? We're going to have a serious problem. So we're going to hold you accountable. We're not defending you. We're not your defenders. We've never tried to. We're not going to. We're going to hold you accountable. So Members, thank you very much. I know we're late for the sitting. Apologies, it's just that we lost about an hour from Rao Rao. But having said that, DG Pirates won 3-0 yesterday. We gave our coach a very nice send-off to Egypt. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is now adjourned.